Okay, everybody, welcome to the show. Good evening. And I want you to know that there's a lot of things going on in Bern, Oregon right now. We've got a live, or rather, what was a live ham radio feed going on. The Burns, Oregon shooting militia alert. This is coming out of the ham radio of one of the broadcasters there. Let's listen in just a second.
I don't know whether you gave that. Did you give that out the other night?
Yes, I did.
Okay, give it out one more time so people can write it down. Give it out.
It's OMAATLAN
That's OMAATLAN@gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have?
All right, so you can write that down if you want to write that guy and talk to him about your questions about what's happening. I don't have any more information than that. The mainstream media has basically shut down any access. I'm concerned that we're getting filtered media on the mainstream media. They did talk about it when I went to my contact, which I use Google, obviously, which is filtered news. We looked at what the main story was on this, and its top story is Oregon occupation. Let's see if we can pull this up for you. Oregon occupation, Ammon Bundy asks supporters to abandon the refuge. Okay, so Ammon Bundy is asking supporters to not stage up and create more conflict. With one person dead, this is a very tricky situation. Many people, like myself, believe that the powerful elitists that run this country actually want to trigger a reaction among people who are right-wing, patriots, supporters of gun rights, supporters of land rights. They want to get a reaction. That's why they sent all these FBI agents into this region. That's why they ended up killing somebody. They want that. So if you look at the end result, you're going to see gunfire and then bloodshed. And that's not what we want. At America's Third Party, we've been trying to build a political movement to stop this, to challenge this ridiculous overtaking power of the government, seizing land rights. So if you're a person who supports the rights of farmers and ranchers to their land and their property, to keep big corporate behemoths out of the opportunity of living in America and doing what you and your family have been doing for years, raising food and livestock, then you understand the importance of actually building a political movement as opposed to just reacting. You think it's all fake? I think really there is a standoff, and I really believe that somebody died. And I believe people are arrested. Anybody can claim they're this, that, or the other thing. How do you filter through who's an FBI agent there and who's not? If you walk up to some guy and he's like, "How you doing, cowpoke? Oh yeah, I'm from the world about that, kind of like that guy on, well, whatever. Yes, we don't even know where these people are from. They walk up to the fire marshal that was down in Bern, Oregon, and Burns, Oregon had a fire marshal stand out there and say, "Hey, these people were clearly FBI interlopers coming in here, and now they're all over the place. It's totally infiltrated." Yeah. "Yeah, I'm just doing a little work down here." I mean, you don't walk up to somebody with, the FBI look and pretend like you're an average cowpoke. They can see BS walking with high heels, I don't. No, I don't want a picture of any of your body parts tonight. We're going to talk about the wasted government and how wasted people in government are. Drug addiction is rampant. Alcoholism is rampant in our government right now. There's probably more heroin addicts in government than in your average crack house. Well, look at Barack Obama. I mean, case in point, he did crack at Occidental College. I mean, you've got a crackhead for president. So when you talk about a government that's going to somehow support you and the two-party system is somehow going to be good for you, it's not. These people are drunk, on drugs, and on the take. And if you've ever met a drug addict, you know that is exactly what you don't want to be involved with. They'll steal, cheat, lie, say whatever they have to do to get their drugs. And their drug may be just power. Maybe they're just addicted to power. I never didn't inhale. I've always inhaled marijuana. Does he do cocaine? Is he the cocaine president? Somebody said he was the powder president. That's what they call him in the Beltway. I don't believe that we should have a president who does drugs, but I don't consider marijuana a drug. So I would not mind vaping a little bit if I had to relax after a long day of working 18 hours and want to, sleep. Vape a little indica and I go to bed like a baby. That'd be fine. It'd be like a sleep enhancement tool. But getting high during the day, no, that won't help me. Denmark, nobody's in competition here with competing with other shows. I'm not trying to compete with other shows. I'm not a competitive person. I've never wanted to compete with other shows. If somebody's got more views than me, that's great. I don't care. I'm not doing this for personal profit. If you extract materialism from this endeavor, if you want to donate to our cause, it goes into a separate bank account, which is completely talked about, and quarterly reports are filled out with the FEC every 3 months. Nothing is taken out of that account unless there's a purpose. Like this, we pulled about $90 off of there, $125 I think this costs. Normally it's a $300 item, but it's a digital audio recorder with a really high-end sound. I just played quality sound off of it. It's going to be my podcaster for the campaign this year and any other campaign in the future. But listen to the audio quality. Hello, this is David Sponheim talking on behalf of Americans seeking a peaceful resolution to what's happening in Burns, Oregon. Currently, the gunfire that has happened needs to be investigated. My biggest concern is that the American people do not overreact. Remember, this is exactly what elitists want. They want our nation to become a violent anarchy, which is not what we want at America's Third Party. We want a new political alternative to this violence. We want solutions to the problems facing the farmers and ranchers who are having their land taken away because of aggressive moves by various government members, including Hillary Clinton and her effort to push for a uranium sale of Oregon property, which is extremely disturbing. But we can only solve this with a political alternative. We cannot solve it by being violent. Remember, that is exactly what elitists want. They want to use the apparatus of government against the individual. They want to suppress freedom. They want to suppress our rights. And right now, the most important right of all is the right to protest, but more importantly, the right to form a political party and challenge these two parties that are clearly doing the bidding of elitists who don't care about the American people. I'm David Sponheim, and I support this message. It's a pretty good deal. Okay, this update, Oregon occupation, Ammon Bundy asked supporters to abandon the refuge. All right. And this weird story, look at this. Now, you know that Donald Trump is the most out-of-control voice in American politics because he gets all his free press, being he has money, and money seems to buy politics now. I don't have a white substance on my what the hell? Yeah, anyway. We are seeing maybe you're seeing my face. I'm not a cocaine user. Yeah. No, I don't have anything on my chin. I don't do coke. I've never done coke. They bought Obama. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so you voted for Obama and now you're finally realizing they bought Obama. Well, welcome. Welcome to our show. Yeah. I think there was a directive put out there on 4chan to attack my hair tonight. I know that. And then you're flexing. A lot of you trolls are flexing because you're trying to attack other things too. What I say. I call Obama a crackhead person who did crack. And lo and behold, you're calling me a cocaine addict. So I guess what comes around goes around. I got to expect this. Don't worry, I can handle it. It's not a big deal for it to be called names. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but well, technically, not really. Not if I'm made out of a titanium boron outer exoskeleton. For instance, if I am human flesh over a metal exoskeleton, you cannot break my bones. Obama's going to be serving time for his crime. Yeah. You don't know that Obama committed numerous crimes in office? I will stand up to China. My idea of a 15% tariff, ecological tariff, preceded Trump's 30% tariff by 4 years. Yeah. So yeah, 15% is way better than 30%. Trump doesn't know how to do business with China. I don't think he's ever done business with China. He does buy cheap Chinese products, though, for his hotels, I'm sure. Most everybody does now. I'm tired of cheap products. That's why I want the ecological tariff in place. I want to make sure that cheap products have a place, that we have a destination, that we don't just stick them in a dumpster and turn our whole life into a dumpster. Raspberry Pi, you need to get a Raspberry Pi, Raspberry Girl. Have you checked out the new Raspberry Pi? Yeah, it's like a $5 computer. If you stare at this long enough, you'll lose your mind. Try not to look at this too long. Yes, it is morphing slowly at you. Avoid the contact with this image. You're getting sleepy. You are slowly becoming tired. Proof that David is using hypnosis during the show. We have it. I thought that was the weirdest picture ever. All right, so trippy, yeah, dude. Yeah, I would definitely say that stand down. Let's not have any more gun violence, please. If you want to fight the land grab by Hillary and the Clinton initiative, then let's get a party to stop the Clintons and what they're doing. You heard about the Clinton initiative making a deal with Russia to buy up the land that the Hammonds are on? Yeah, I can see. Did you get a haircut, Dave? No, I don't. I have not spent any money on a haircut. No, I have not spent any money on a haircut since 1983. And since that time, I've saved over, I'm going to say $10,000. I believe $10,000 is what I have saved. How much would you pay for a haircut? $20? At one time in the 80s, I was paying $35 for a haircut in the 80s, the early 80s. Okay, well, Trump, we don't really care about you voting for Trump. You can't just tell people you're voting for Trump here. I don't allow that in my show. I'm sorry. You're an absolute dreamer if you don't think that millions upon millions. Oh, you got that 77-letter restriction of Americans are taking up arms after this. I want Americans to stand up to, their rights, but I don't want them to use violence against our government. Yeah, I do believe it could be a conspiracy. They won't feature me anymore. It's not just that. They don't like my politics at this network that we're on. That's why I'm opening up other channels right now as we speak. By the way, you are being watched. In case you didn't know. I was featured yesterday? Oh, okay. Thank you. You're falling deeper in love with me. Does that mean you're doing something to your body that's different than it was yesterday? I don't think it's appropriate for us to sext, period. I don't think you and I can sext because I'm involved in a relationship. So please, don't sext me during the show. Or any time for that matter. Mark and Trump are working hand in hand, yeah. I'm sure you got a phone call from the Donald. Hello, you're Mark Vaughn? Yes, I understand you are handling the channel that this person named David Sponheim is on. I would very much like you to make it impossible for him to broadcast and reach people. Thank you. Why does he always yell? Does he have a hearing problem or something? I think Donald Trump knows that he stuck his foot deep in his mouth and now he's choking on it. Yeah, this whole statement about having supporters so loyal that if he went out and shot somebody in the street, they'd still vote for him. I mean, homicidal ideation is not appropriate for politicians, and if he has to stand in front of an audience like a debate, they're going to say, hey man, why would you go out and say that you're going to go out in the street and shoot somebody? Well, I don't know, because everything I say is coming out of my mouth and I don't know why I said that. You know, he has no control. He has like diarrhea of the mouth, constipation of the brain. Sarah is a beautiful woman. How dare you? I thought you were going to be nice tonight, Raspberry Girl. It's going to get ugly on both sides, yeah. Well, yeah, you can go out and say that you want to go shoot people, but do you really need to vote for a person who wants to shoot people in the street? I mean, what kind of a person is that? He basically says anything to get people to dislike him, yeah. Trump is supporting Hillary. He's already made a donation to her campaign, so some of the money that she has in her campaign came from Trump. Yeah. So they're running a campaign of lies. So now they're saying, this is the Google feed that's promoting Trump. For Donald Trump, it's always about control. Now you'd think this is an ad that would say something that's bad. You know, he's a control freak. He's obsessed with being in control. But what they're trying to do is cover for his mistakes. He's not in control when he says he would go out and if he went out and shot somebody that his supporters are loyal to him. He's not in control. He's not in control when he tells Megyn Kelly that she's bleeding from her eyes. That was a knee-jerk reaction. That was a person who's seriously mentally flawed. He may be playing the lowest common denominator card, but bottom line is it's going to hurt him in the long run because everyone knows that a lot of those people at the low end don't vote at all. So he's not really meeting people with an IQ above 85. He's not really making them like him. I mean, if he wants to appeal to the people who are mentally retarded, he screwed up when he acted mentally retarded that day, making fun of a journalist. So, I mean, if he's looking for the mentally retarded vote, he lost that too. He apparently is. Yeah. I do mean to say insane, but I'm not a licensed psychiatric professional, so I'm not here to categorize him as mentally ill. You know, I get people accusing me of being mentally ill, and I don't have a mental illness. And if Donald Trump is being falsely accused of being mentally ill, I think he, at the very least, he shouldn't be president. But if he's not a danger to himself, but he could be a danger to others if he goes in the street and shoots people. So I'm a little concerned. Maybe he should go for a mental checkup. Doesn't that seem like he's threatening to go out and hurt people? Wouldn't you construe it that way? Well, D. Trump, I'm a birther. There's solid belief, there's a solid reason why the people who believe that Obama's an illegal alien from Kenya, because Obama said he was from Kenya for 15 years up until 2007. There's a lot of reasons why people are birthers. I was the original birther running for president in 2008. So, I mean, if you believe what his wife said, what his transgender lover Michael said, you definitely, you know, would say, oh yeah, well, for 15 years they went around telling people they were from Kenya. So I don't think cross-dressing is really for me. I don't have a desire to cross-dress, but thanks for asking. Become a Muslim and you will be president? I see we have a lot of Democrats in here. I'm glad you guys came in. I'm going to waken you up and give you some intelligence so you won't be a Democrat anymore. I'm sorry that you've been through that. I was a Democrat for 30 years, so don't worry. A little self-deprecating humor there. But I think we have to just sit there and listen to Michelle or Michael talk about it.
Surrounding HIV testing, which is still plaguing so many of our communities, which you all know, a lot of that is due to homophobia. Barack has led by example. when we took our trip to Africa and visited his home country in Kenya, we took a public HIV test for the very country in Kenya. When we took our trip to Africa and visited his home country in Kenya.
So what did she mean by home country of Kenya?
Visited his home country in Kenya. Visited his home country in Kenya. Visited his home country in Kenya. Visited his home country in Kenya.
Yeah, what did she mean by that? This is a test. Yeah, I mean, she was saying what they've been saying for a long time. Okay, let's go to Scissor Fight's feed. 120, we'll find out what's going on. The Oregon militia is asked to sign a talent release running to shut off feed.
Okay, I don't have Screencast-O-Matic on Linux.
Okay. Is this like another false flag event, Scissor Fight? I mean, seriously. They have to pose and...
Hey guys, can I get you guys to sign talent releases?
Say what?
Talent releases? Can I get you guys to sign talent releases?
What does that mean? Insurance to a movie.
Whoa.
Talent releases. Ooh,
Talent releases.
weren't planning on that, huh?
No.
So,
Wow. So we really are looking at like the government wanting to turn this into a big event. They want to show gun-toting anarchists. It's beginning to sound like a lot like staged false flag. It's beginning to sound a lot like a false flag. I wish I could do that with perfect harmony. It just doesn't make sense. Obama will let you shine his shoes. Obama's going to be serving some serious time for lying to the American people. Do you think I just sit back and watch this take place in my country? The reason why I have this ridiculously disturbing picture behind me is because we have a ridiculously disturbing country right now. And we've got a lot of food going to waste, like all of this market food. How many of you go to the market and you see unbelievable wastes of food, and you always see somebody culling from the product so that they pretend like everything has got to be perfect. You know where that product goes that they pull out, that you can't buy, they won't even discount? It goes in a dumpster with plastic waste. So I want to see a national composting plan take force in this country and build the nation's backbone of fertilizer. We don't have enough good quality soil in this country. That's one of the reasons why big farms are taking over with their chemical pesticides. So imagine a national composting plan. That's what I have for this nation, and this will be an opportunity for you to get a job. You can actually work in the industry as a national composter. You could make some serious money working there, up to $15 an hour doing this, national composting. We'll be handling some various things like marijuana, hemp. You'll be taking that in and melting it down. A lot of people who are going to trim their buds are going to want to cash in on that light leaf. We'll be taking that in and processing that. I'm going to legalize marijuana, by the way, in case you didn't know. That's the plan. And legalization of marijuana right away opens up a huge opportunity to make product, medicinals, edibles, just like in California, or right now, Colorado and Washington and Oregon and many states are getting involved, and growers are proliferating. People are making money. A lot of people that were in the construction industry when the construction industry went bad are now making money growing marijuana because they grew lights and put up grow light setups, and they created a construction that this is what these people do. So they're making money. 15 an hour is to start. If you're saying 25 an hour is not that much, then you're not living like the rest of us. You're probably already making some serious cash, like probably $100,000 a year. Thank you for making me dreamy. Yeah, and you will be getting as high as you want to get, because I totally believe that individual mandates have got to stop. Our government has to back off the individual. No, it doesn't make people too passive. It makes people think. I'll bet there are about 20 people in this room right now smoking some serious ganja before the show. I know that they're doing that. No, we're not. We're not going to find anything wrong with discounting or clearance sales. That'll be an abundant thing in our society. I'm going to take malls, and I'm going to buy up certain mall space in our malls. I haven't talked about this, but our government can actually take up space in those malls and create a local bazaar, like a place for you to sell your wares. We need to take the lead on this, and people will have an incentive to go in to every one of these bazaars where people can go around from booth to booth and buy things. And we'll put together like a scavenger hunt for people. If they get everything on the scavenger hunt, all the tickets from every booth, we will actually give them a basket full of food, or maybe free item at the store, something like that. We need incentives for our retail sector to grow back. Half of our malls right now are empty. Bernie Sanders doesn't have any new ideas. He's simply an old socialist commie who's burnt out and dragging the whole method of Marxism forward for this nation, and I don't want that. You're living your life in a dream world while the real world just passes by. Wow. Bernie's going to be a taxaholic. No, he's basically got no spine to challenge the Wall Street executives, the too big to fail executives. Let me ask you, what has Bernie done as a senator? How long has Bernie been a senator? Let's see, Bernie Sanders. Let's take him on right now. How long has he been a senator? Does anybody know? No, I'm not a dreamer. I'm actually a grounded pragmatist. Since 2007, he's been a senator. What has he accomplished? Can anyone pinpoint one thing that he's done? Yeah, how are we going to ever be taxed? This guy wants to borrow $19 trillion. Yeah, you have no idea. You probably support Bernie and you don't even know how much he's doing. He wants to borrow another $19 trillion, he said. Now, I have a plan to create government jobs, but it's not based on Marxism. It's based on a concept we call hybrid capitalism, which allows the government to get a return on investment and compete in the free market. But at the same time, it gives the government no unfair advantage like socialists get. It opens up unfettered, open, free trade for everybody who's got small businesses. No regulations on small businesses. All right, we're going to pull you out of the show. Bye. Bernie Sanders. Yeah, the guy who's done nothing. You want to vote for him because he's done nothing. Wow. At least I built a third party. It's more than I can say about him. Yep. All right, so we got a lot of food products that really are good food, but when it sits on the shelf too long, it starts to get really useless. How did the electorate fall to pieces this election? It hasn't fallen to pieces yet. The Democratic Party is still on board to elect Hillary Clinton. The Republican Party is now on board to elect Donald Trump, the biggest mistake of the Republican Party's life as a party, because it will fragment the party and more people will be coming in here. Donald Trump doesn't support the values of the Tea Party. Neither does Ted Cruz. He took a huge loan out from Goldman Sachs. There's no way he could possibly make the Federal Reserve accountable for their sins. I am running for president. Thank you. I make some really good food, yeah. I'd turn this into a wonderful chopped salsa, a pico de gallo. I'm running for president. I'm the candidate you need to vote for. Let me get a sign on the screen so you can know what my name is and go from there. What many of you people don't understand is that the whole system is corrupt and censored. And you're not going to see another person like me out there because there's not many people who are willing to do this for 7 years, going on 8 years. Most people are completely fickle and weak. and they can't stand up to this oligarchy of control. But my name is David John Sponheim. You can call me David Sponheim for short. You can even write in David Sponheim in the election. You just have to remember my name, David Sponheim, and just write it in on the ballot. Your vote's meaningless either way, whether you vote for Donald Trump or Bernie or Hillary, it doesn't matter. You're voting for the New World Order with those people. You're not voting for somebody who's willing to stand away from the corporate corruption and solve problems directly. That's what I offer. No tampon taxes. I'm going to stop that tampon tax. There's a lot of vegetables in here. Are you getting excited? Should I pull it off and not have it on the screen anymore? Okay. I don't want you to get too excited. Some of these cucumbers are about the size of what's going on in your life. I can, sure. That's about what you're dealing with right now. That's your husband on a good day. Okay. Well, I know. You would be excited considering your imagination is running wild right now. This was me 5 years ago. As you can see, I've gotten a lot older. A lot of wear and tear since then. I know. I can't get over how I've aged so fast. At 55 years old, I must tell you, it's a challenge to run a race without carrying my crutches and my cane around with me. Yeah, I did. So fat. Yeah. I know I look better now. That's because I'm 225 pounds of lock, stock muscle. I'm a white stallion of a man. I'm not going to say I'm hung like a horse. You can say that yourself. No, I'll be running for president when I'm 80, so I don't think 55 is really a big deal. If you can look this good at 55, I urge you to run. Anybody gifted with this type of a capability of withstanding gravity and the test of time should run for president like me. The reason why I'm uniquely designed to do this is because, Raspberry Girl, I'm over you too. You haven't even realized the importance of being political. You came in here wanting sex, and that's not going to happen here. I'm a centrist. I'm right in the middle of the political spectrum. Yep. I'm a fiscal conservative and a social liberal wrapped up into one person. Me. Okay, Oregon militia asked, this is shocking, asked to actually sign a release form, folks. It's starting to seem like a false flag down in Oregon, the staging of this entire event.
What Oregon event?
Well, Burns, Oregon, a guy died yesterday. The FBI is crawling all over the area. But somebody, Scissor Fight, uncovered this little clip. Listen to this.
You guys to sign talent releases?
Say what?
Talent releases? We get you guys to sign talent releases?
What does that mean? You sure it's to a movie?
She turned the feed off right there. False flag alert, everybody. Yeah, could you sign talent releases here, guys? Because we really are. We want to make this whole event into a Burns, Oregon.
She's like, oh, I wasn't supposed to be recording that.
Right, yeah.
Oops.
He sounded like he was running his lines, yeah. So I'm probably the only candidate out there, except for Barack Obama, with a GIF. Somebody made a GIF. Amanda T made a GIF of me.
Do not promote other candidates in this room, or you will be banned.
Right. My purpose is to run for president. I've been doing this for a long time. And you'd be degrading my show by telling people to vote for somebody who would not even fill the chair of the White House. You can imagine a scrawny little Bernie Sanders sitting there with his, going, well, I want to just implement a higher tax for everybody, and oy vey, I mean, we need to help more of the Zionists, and some of the Jewish people in my family are asking me to give them more money. Or you get somebody like Hillary and all the connections that Bill has and all the money that the Clinton Initiative, the Global Initiative, has acquired from foreign donations. You know that the Clinton Initiative is being investigated for racketeering, right? The RICO Act is being applied. Yeah, Hillary's under investigation.
Thank you.
Or you got Donald who thinks that he wants to redecorate it and turn it into the penthouse. Nobody's told Donald that he has to put all of his assets into a public trust if he becomes president. Wait till he finds that out. And he'll be like, no, it's not going to happen. Sarah's here. She's making fun of me? Well, that's not right. It's wrong to do that. If a person's on a channel making fun of another broadcaster, I've never done that, by the way. That's a bad sign. It means that you're following...
It's just a way to get noticed because they're like, oh, everybody's watching David. I'll just do something to mention David so that people will start watching me.
I don't have any bad things to say about any other broadcasters, at this point.
That's what I could say. I mean, I'm not another broadcaster, so I don't really know.
Well, you are a broadcaster, so we don't talk bad about any other broadcaster. I did say that...
I've never said anything bad about her. She's coming to our room totally supporting us. So.
I did mention this word online, Boarlord. Yeah, there was a reference to Boarlord once in the show. And
we're not talking about other candidates in this round?
We're not.
Reminder?
Yeah. We don't talk about any other show. I don't talk badly about Glenn Beck. No, I mean, Glenn, I think, is controlled, and I think he realized he was controlled. That's why he left the network of Fox. I think a lot of those guys realize they can't live under that constant threat of being told, you're fired, so they just open their own networks. I think a lot of them kind of want to do their own thing. But it affected his career. I mean, do you go to the Glenn Beck network and watch him on his show?
No, I do not.
Okay, let me link you that video showing a possible false flag. Thanks so much for that, Scissor Fight. Scissor Fight gave us that. What am I denying? I talk about other people in a way that an average person would talk about other people. I mean, especially candidates.
Sorry, I apologize for purging the message about the height of other candidates. I'd rather not talk about them.
Yeah.
But whatever.
I plan on prosecuting Barack Obama for fraud. I'll be frank. I have been a person concerned about the validity of that long-form birth certificate that does emphatically appear to be a fake, forged document. So I'm not going to let that ball just drop. But it won't be the primary focus of my administration. We got to build jobs. We got to get traction in this economy. We have to cut government waste. We can't focus on Barack Obama's birth certificate. That's ridiculous. I'm not practicing law. I'm running for office. I'm not going to pardon him, and I am going to investigate him. So, hey, you go from there. If you want to vote for me and get accountability from the worst president we've ever had, then feel free. I doubt Donald Trump would do that. I doubt that any other candidate would actually pursue that. I seriously don't think... No one in the race is openly saying they're going to process him as a fraud charge. But there's no change under this guy. He's lied to you, and he continues to read off teleprompters. I mean, you should be really upset that you've been lied to. I'm just telling you, Barack Obama is not what you think he is. If you think he's some sort of a community organizer and he's not a Muslim, then how can you explain his foreign policy which caters to Muslims? Explain that to me. Why he's not fair toward everybody, including Christians. Brent, I'm not annoying. I'm actually telling people the truth all the time. You just can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. In no way affiliated, says David, you're the clear choice for President of the United States. I just hope people are sensible enough to recognize that. Thank you so much. It's going to take a lot of exposure, and so far we've had none. No mainstream media attention on the issues in 7 years. And we've sent out press releases. If you don't realize how completely controlled and censored our media has become, you'll never get the need for a third party. I did the hard knock effort. We actually ran 2 elections. Sarah ran in 2008. I told her she would probably get 5% of the vote, and she did, right around there. And then I ran in 2014. And in my campaign, most of my signs, 90% of my signs were stolen, showing the corruption of the two-party system right out there in the open. I ran as a litmus test to show people how corrupt these two parties are and how they're willing to do whatever it takes to win. We've got the worst possible people running our country, folks. That's a kakistocracy. That is what the definition of a kakistocracy is. The worst possible people running a nation. And we've got it. So you need a person with stellar integrity like me to stop this type of corruption slowly. It won't happen overnight, but it can happen, and we can get ahead of these corrupt people. I don't personally believe that anyone who's running for state legislature should make any money. I think they should be volunteer positions across the nation. That's one of my recommendations I'm going to make to the Board of Governors when I become president. A comprehensive suggestion that they make a volunteer legislator. People should not be on the take going into those offices. There's enough retirees out there. If we just pay them for their car to go back and forth to their local capital, pay them for a per diem for their miles, that's all they should get. We've created a mill of corruption by giving these people higher salaries, allowing them not to have term limits so they can run for office indefinitely. But governors won't have to follow my comprehensive plan. They don't need to follow it. It's just going to be an effort to get volunteerism back into government, because we got a lot of good people that want to help this nation. Oregon standoff and the death of Lavoy Finicum.
And he's like, so either shoot me now or leave us alone. And they were just like, turn the car off and put your hands up. So finally, he decided to just drive. So we all got down on the floorboards. And he took off, and then they started firing at us. They started shooting us a bunch of times, and then they had a roadblock set up. And so he ran into a snowbank, and they were like riddling the car with bullets. And then they, like when we crashed, they stopped for a second. He got out of the car, and he had his hands in the air. He's like, and rest. He's like, just shoot me, then. Just shoot you want to shoot me. And they did. They shot him dead.
Whoa. There's an eyewitness testimony of how callous and cold the FBI have become. We're literally going out and shooting people. You're saying this is a lie? What do you disbelieve everything? You're a disbeliever, huh?
It was published today by Press Reset Earth.
You know, I think I should turn that light on. I'm going to help with your green screen because it's...
No.
I'll be right back.
Really...
I just don't want... Yeah, I'm going to turn that on. Well, thank you for that. That's good. I'm going to listen to more of that in just a bit. Wow, it's an eyewitness testimony, folks. This doesn't get much more real than that.
All right. Yeah. I was just looking up the news, that's it. I'm a centrist. I'm neither left nor right. I tend to listen to everyone and go with the thing that makes most logical sense to me. I like logic, and I'm a pretty much a centrist. Well, you can type and I can read. If that's called talking, then that works for me. I don't know who that is, 4822, and I don't talk about other candidates in this room. Thank you. All right. I tend to look at more. No, I try not to. 507. I guess I tend to listen to the mainstream media, or try to verify sources, and there's certain sources that I absolutely flat out refuse to read because I don't trust those sources. And then other sites that cite those sources as evidence, I don't read either. I'm a very, very logical, linear thinker. That would describe me exactly right. The U.S. considers 6 military bases to house illegal immigrants. And I was just reading, I'll open this. Judicial Watch is a pretty cool site. That one seems pretty cool. I just came across this story on Google News that said Denmark passes a law to allow confiscation of refugees' valuables. Because they want to deter refugees from seeking asylum in Denmark. I personally think that we need to talk about a living wage, and that a living wage does not necessarily mean increasing salaries. It can mean lowering the costs of living. There's a huge issue when people can't afford housing and people can't afford food. Then they're always looking for, well, if I can't afford housing, I can't afford food. They're going to be looking for more money. And I think that it's not just about that. I think that we need to address it from both sides. So until it comes together, the thing about rent control is that I personally think when you're looking at the private sector and telling a private person what they can charge for something, I'm not in favor of that either. So, exactly, Blue Medic, I'm not in favor of that. However, if we need to lower the costs of housing, instead of saying, oh, anyone that wants to rent here can only rent for X amount of dollars, I think that we need to instead say, well, we need more affordable housing, so let's build it. That's what I really look at, is something like that. I know that many people would see that as you're going to be spending more money. However, a short-term investment into a long-term asset would be very valuable. Exactly, Snappy Smurf, and that's my perspective as well. They say regarding rent control, who are you to tell me how much I should set my rental rates at? It's not your name on my deed, and I agree with that. When you're talking about private property owners, they should be able to charge whatever they choose. And if they, if the market bears it, if the market allows it and they get it, they're going to keep their prices, their rents high. If people are not, so the only, when you talk about supply and demand, go back to basic economics. Hopefully everyone had that during high school. I know I did, because it was a course requirement for graduation. And you talk about the supply and demand curve. Well, if your rent is so high in an area, instead of putting a cap on what private people should own, let's increase the supply. If you have more housing available, they're naturally going to have lower rental rates. Wait, you may get major tax breaks when you put in rent control. That's a possibility, but I would consider it for people who chose to do that. Yes, I could see incentives for landlords who lower their rent, but it's I look at all sides. We don't talk about other candidates in this room. If you continue to do so, you will be banned. All right. So how can affordable housing happen? Affordable housing can happen with our homestead renewal plan. Like I said, if if we need to actually take houses that are sitting empty and see why are they sitting empty. If the people are willing to sell them, perhaps the government could buy them from them, and then have those revitalize those houses so they can be moved into and lived in. One of the things that I personally am not a big fan of is the way that our Section 8 housing works. I'm only familiar, I'm familiar with it from other people, just so you know. I'm not a recipient. I believe that with Section 8 housing right now, we have the private sector administering, receiving the benefits from Section 8 housing. However, I believe that if you want to manage something, the most effective way is to manage it yourself. So I always wondered why they didn't actually have government housing for Section 8 people who receive Section 8 subsidies. German is a very rent-oriented market. They take a different concept than most other European countries. No, I did not know that about Lynn. Okay. So I know it's a housing, Section 8 is a housing subsidy under the HUD program, Housing and Urban Development, and some people receive, if your income falls within a certain category, you can receive a subsidy from the government to pay for a portion of your rental income, of your rent. That's what, and the houses, the apartments or whatever, the people that rent to people who receive those benefits have to have their facilities approved. Yes, exactly. So like Snappy Smurf, he took some government leases, and HUD was at the property constantly saying you need to do repair damages, and they weren't giving him the rent as well. So it's so some people would rather not do that. And I personally believe that if instead of they're out there inspecting all these private facilities, why don't they just build an actual publicly owned housing facility? Wow. That's unbelievable, Blue Medic. Wow. Yeah, sometimes you've got to wonder, Snappy Smurf, whereas if it were, I personally think if it were government owned and operated, they wouldn't, the landlords that want to rent to the private sector could do so just fine. No, 417, that's not going to happen. Sorry. I like what I do. It's really enjoyable. So I enjoy coming on here when I can, relieving David of his responsibilities. But this is definitely his campaign, David's campaign for president, and I support that campaign in ways that I can. Yes, I understand the big apartment complexes that turned into the projects 122. I believe, though, however, with that, one of the things that was that would be different in our program would be if you would like housing in one of these government-owned buildings, you would actually have to invest some of your own sweat equity. So building, either painting a wall or at the very least painting a wall, installing flooring, building. So I believe that one of the issues is that people don't take pride if they aren't actually invested in it. So I believe that people that qualify for Section 8, unless they're either one, disabled, well, no, that's it. Unless they're disabled, they should actually be involved in either the building of that facility or a one like it. I believe that too, then you're teaching people a skill that they can go and learn basic carpentry that they can use to maintain their own dwelling, or can even use that skill to get a job elsewhere. But whereas when you give people, you just give them housing, which happened in the projects, the government came in with private contractors again and totally built it up and said, oh, now here's something for you, that people didn't really have that pride. And sometimes that's even the case. You can go into a neighborhood and you can sometimes tell whether that area is mostly renters or mostly homeowners, because the homeowners are the ones that are, they really have a vested interest in taking care of their home. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, B-Master. And it was kind of interesting to me that it's like, to me it was rather interesting because I know a couple of people that were quote unquote disabled, and yet seemed to me most of it was mental issues, so they still could physically do things. And I asked them, hey, would you be willing to go work on a farm for $20 an hour? And to me, $20 an hour is a decent wage. And both of them like, no, I would never do that. That's manual labor. And yet they're receiving a check from the government every month for doing nothing. I gotta breathe on that one. Yeah, I wasn't too impressed with that. Renters have too many people on the property, while owners have beer cans and vehicles on their front lawns. I don't know. I tend to think owners go and clean up after their beer cans, and they might have too many vehicles, but I don't think owners have that many beer cans out there. It's a percentage of the rent. They still have to pay a percentage. Oh, how much do those people receive in Social Security benefits? I'd say probably $800 a piece each month, and it's just, yeah.
I went online looking for...
I know. Yeah. I agree with you, Snappy Smurf. Farmers are extremely educated people, and my hat totally goes out to farmers. I'm like, you're awesome. Thank you for providing the food that we eat.
Yeah. I came from a family of farmers that were farmers in North Dakota. I wasn't a farmer. I was an organic food representative.
Well, Blue Medic, that's when people aren't used to manual labor and they go from 0 hours of exercise or any manual activity to, 5 hours in one day. That's when it can be an issue because your body's not used to it.
We have a plan to do a 10% tax on anything over $100,000, and it does apply to churches. It applies to any, even nonprofit organizations have to pay out a tax with our flat tax. No loopholes, no tax deductions. Rich people can't hire expensive tax attorneys to avoid paying tax. And we'll bring in more tax from a broader base. And it'll be fair. It'll be a lot more appropriate. Yeah. Thank you for that, 542. I need all the votes I can get. Appreciate it. I didn't expect it to be a perfect hair night, but thank you for the compliment. That's nice. My healthcare plan is a national opt-in plan. It's the wind.
Oh yeah, no problem.
We have a plan that it'll be $60 a month per person if you want to have a full medical and dental plan covered by our government, and we will use public hospitals and nonprofit public hospitals that have doctors, and the doctors will get a set high cap on their salaries. Same with procedures. You'll know exactly how much an x-ray costs and how much an ultrasound costs in advance. Plus, you'll be able to actually see the record of the doctor online. We'll tell you how many malpractice accusations he's had, for what, the details, his reason. We'll have more information for you to be qualified in making that decision when you go to the public hospitals. But this is a $60 a month plan. If you don't want to pay for it, it's not mandatory.
An acre of land in Kansas.
It's no way a single payer plan.
No, a quarter acre of land in Kansas.
That would be nice.
847.
You can buy Kansas property for free right now.
That's what we'll do.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, this is the thing. If you can afford $60 a month, great. If you can't, there's going to be another option. Our mobile medical units that we have, a design to create mobile medical units for people that you can get immediate healthcare solutions for $30 copay. Now, if you're a veteran, you'll get a free checkup. Let me show you what these look like. This is a typical mobile medical unit in Rochester, Minnesota. This is the kind of unit we'll be building ours like, but better. We'll have solar panels. It'll run on biofuel like hempoline. It'll have the back section will be a pharmacy. This will actually sell marijuana. One of the things we're going to be offering is medical marijuana on board these things so that you will be able to get money. Your benefits will come back, and we will be able to get money back from you to finance this operation. But this is a low-cost solution. This is actually a bypass to the healthcare crisis, and I will roll out 200 of these through the VA system by 2017. Mid-2017, I hope to have the first test vehicles out. So we'll have these things in every city. 200 of them initially will cost $1 billion. They're $5 million a piece, and they'll have onboard portable x-ray, portable ultrasound. They'll give you blood oxygenation levels. You'll get your complete electrolyte checkup, blood chemistry, everything.
All of the pharmaceuticals would be stored in a completely bulletproof encasing.
Right.
And it will be completely digitized, so it will only release a certain amount. And it'll completely shut down if someone tries to.
We're also opting, the government will get involved in generic medicine. I'll take a portion of the funding for National Institute of Health and redirect it from pharmaceutical research to actual generic medicine production. And we'll be producing products that you'll be able to buy that will be life-saving at a much better cost. For those people that just don't care about generic medicine, because I know a lot of people don't, some people are really specific. They say, oh, I've got to have a specific type of medication. But generic is just fine for a lot of people. They'll be able to get that there. And all of it will happen at the Mobile Medical Veterans Administration. It'll be a brand new fusion of telemedicine capabilities combined with their ability to improve the environment for people who get sick. I mean, people are dying in American hospitals, so we're going to start with the VA, cleaning those up really, really well, and getting rid of the staph infection potential that we currently have, and then offering that service to other private hospitals too, to get rid of potential infections. We won't make it mandatory, but we will offer it as a service. Non-toxic cleaning service. A wig? I don't have a wig on, dude. This is my real hair, man. Sarah can attest to that. We're both telling you the truth. We don't lie. So when she says it's real hair, I say it's real hair, it's real hair. I do a show where I put a wig on. No, I don't wear a wig. That's a complete fabrication on her part.
He has.
I have
when he was imitating Donald Trump, he has one wig, but
yeah,
this is his real hair, and he's not going to be putting on a wig the night that he has perfect hair.
No. But this is a wig that will look pretty good if I had a really bad day and I had to put this wig on. It looks pretty funny, but I have a picture of this wig.
Well, since she's streaming us, then she can hear that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you for admiring me. Tell her, don't yell at me. Okay. Well, I'm not yelling at you, but I'm telling whoever's streaming this broadcast that, no, it's not a wig. This is my real hair, dude. I just got a better shampoo recently. It's not a big deal. I have a picture here of the hair I just showed you. That is a wig. That is the wig I just showed you. That's I just do that for like a stunt. It's a stunt move. Yeah, it's just I just show you that so you understand I'm not wearing a wig. Thank you. Well, with a trained hairdresser, I could look fabulous all the time. You look marvelous.
Thanks, Amanda T.
Alors, on retrouve les gaz fluorés principalement dans tous les systèmes de refroidissement,
Oh, I
les
probably have it
congélateurs,
over
les
here.
frigos, les systèmes de climatisation, donc que ce soit pour le privé ou pour l'entreprise.
Oh yeah, that's the video that plays automatically. Like hundreds of employees cut as office suppliers prepares for a merger. Staples has quietly laid off hundreds of people, folks. If you're missing your job from Staples, I'm sorry for you. Yeah. Maybe you'll get a job at Office Max.
They want to merge with Office Depot.
Yeah, which was Office Max. And they're all turning into one company. If you don't realize our country's entire economy is shrinking, then you don't realize what's happening. For the past 8 years, we've been talking about the recover up as opposed to the recovery, and how the government has been literally turning into a pathetic joke when they fake statistics about inflation. They say we have 0% inflation. They did that in 2010. I was like shocked because I saw realistically we were getting like 12% inflation rates across the board when you include food in that mix. Steaks within the past 2 years have tripled in cost. You've seen it happen. I was at the local meat section, at the expired beef section today, at our local market, and I was talking to this guy in a wheelchair, and he was like hooked up to an oxygen tank, and I said, "Hey, check this piece out. It's a mock leg with it was like really discounted," and he said, "No, that's better for a stew. I want something like this," and he brings up this piece of Kobe beef. $25 for a 12-ounce piece of Kobe beef. $25 with a $3 expired coupon on it to pull $3 off of that. But he said, well, I can afford it, I can get it. And he got it for himself. It's a $22 steak, marked down. $22 for a 12-ounce piece of meat. I was blown away. I couldn't believe the cost of the Kobe beef at this point. So the discounted price is now like $22 a pound, or a half a pound. It's just skyrocketing the price of beef. Anyway, I said, go for it, man. So I ended up buying the mock beef that I could make a stew out of for $2.75 for a pound. That's not bad for beef, $2.75 for a pound. And it's pretty good meat. I mean, it's aged. It's just as good as Angus beef, which is aged. We're not going to legalize anything like that. They're already an organization, and they fought a court case. 7519 is asking about NAMBLA. Yeah, they actually had a big, huge controversial case in which the Supreme Court ruled in their favor. They were gathering together in the children's section of the local library, these NAMBLA members, the Man Love Boy Association. And they were told they had to leave the library, so they sued, and they won. They're allowed to have their meetings in the children's section of the library. This is how confused our Supreme Court is. So yeah, if we can reverse that decision, that would be great. Meeting in the children's section of the library should not be legal for older men who are gathering together because they're pedophiles. No, I will not support them. America is doomed. Wow. 48% of all 25-year-olds are unemployed and thinking about growing marijuana. Well, lucky for you, if you're 25 and have no skills, you'll be able to, when I become president, you'll be able to start growing marijuana in your closet. And you'll see all these people go, dude, did you just hear what the president said, man? Whoa, we could like totally make some money, dude. It's gonna be a magical transformation in this country. Seriously. There are a lot of people that know they can grow marijuana. They may not work well at a corporation, but they can certainly, that is true. They can certainly grow some. You just bought chuck steak for $2.99? Well, I beat you by 25 cents. Good job though. That's fresher than my meat. That didn't sound right. Anyway. No, I don't support the NAMBLA organization, but thanks for asking. Well, why doesn't he change his name to Boarlord? That might be better. Yeah. If he doesn't like his current name, just change it to Borlord. That would be good. Okay, so how many of you people are going down there and meeting in the Burns, Oregon area and protesting? Because I'm not a person who openly wants to be violent, and I don't even secretly want to be violent. I'm concerned that this is just becoming a fiasco. What these people need is political representation. Yeah, you could grow coffee in your basement. Yeah, you'll be able to grow food in your backyard. I'm not going to in any way inflict individual mandates on the American people. If you have water rights, anybody who's been arrested for water rights, like that guy from Oregon we just saw last night, who was arrested because he was reclaiming water on his rooftop, anybody who does that will automatically be freed from jail. I'll give them amnesty from any charges. Yeah. We don't want people to be arrested for simply drawing water from their rooftop in Oregon and Colorado. The federal government's going to have to put its foot down. These states are impinging upon their individual freedoms, and I will do everything I can to protect their individual freedoms, even if it comes down to suing the state at the federal level. Starbucks is the drinkable franchise edition of the McDonald's Corporation. Well, you know, that might be an interesting angle for McDonald's. They're trying all kinds of things. I understand they tried chocolate-covered fries recently. That was one of their big ideas. I saw today that, Wendy's has the 4 for $4 deal. Mm-hmm. Burger King has the 5 for $4 deal now. Oh. It's getting competitive out there. So the franchises are really competing. And, taste tests on the chocolate-covered French fries were mixed. People had they were hot and cold on the whole thing, especially when they got cold. It got to be like crispy chocolate French fries. Oregon Standoff shortwave broadcast. I did that at the beginning of our show. I got that feed from my sister. She sent that to us. Connie did. She's concerned about the plight of the Hammond family and the ranch and everyone else. This is from a ham radio from the area, folks. We just heard eyewitness report from somebody who heard what happened and said that the decedent actually said, "Go ahead and shoot me," and they did.
Okay, I'm going to take a look right.
Thank you.
Thanks for cleaning the audio scissor fight.
Cool, you cleaned the audio.
Do we have any other questions from any ham operators for Jamie out there before we sign off? All right, the recap is we have a live phone call from Burns, Oregon, and like I said, there have been a shooting. They've had multiple arrests. I think they've arrested about 8 people, haven't they, Jamie?
Yes.
8 people, including the Hammond brothers. Bundy brothers. They shot one of the Bundys. They killed another guy, and they've arrested a whole bunch of others. In fact, they arrested Jamie. They arrested old Captain Joe. We talked to him.
Yep.
He was down at the down at one of the restaurants we talked to. He was eating a pizza, and we talked to him. He was getting ready to head out of town. And they arrested Captain Joe, that's
Shanetti. Yeah, well, if I was there right now, I would probably get some free press time. I know Dabu 7's trying to capitalize on this and make money. I don't want to make money, and I don't want to capitalize on the death of somebody. I don't want to turn this into my show all about Burns, Oregon, because I don't support violent uprisings. I don't support pushing the envelope of aggression with the government. I've been talking about building a third party for the past 7 years with the intent that we'd have a third party. We wouldn't have to resort to this type of behavior. Now, I've never involved myself with militia groups, but I recognize their right to actually organize. But Noble Watchman said that this fake Oregon militia was caught red-handed. Yeah, and you saw that video, Noble Watchman, of them claiming that they had a talent release? Yeah, we just played that. Listen to this again, folks. This just came in earlier.
Hey guys, can I get you guys to sign talent releases?
Yeah. Say what?
Talent releases? Can I get you guys to sign talent releases?
What does that mean? Insurance to a movie?
That was the end of it. They'd shut the camera off. Oh, they're recording the talent releases. Oh, no. Yeah, so we got people who are being brought in. The government wants to create an event. I wouldn't doubt George Soros has the Occupy Burns, Oregon group gathering right now. And they're told to wear cowboy hats and look like you're a right-winger. They're just looking for any kind of factionalization of the various parties. Heck, the Democrats, Republicans feed on hatred. So they're going to want to divide the nation completely in every way. That's why they're the right versus the left. I mean, they don't want us to have a centrist vision for this country. You can see that, can't you? They want to make everybody out to hate each other. You meet somebody and you're a Republican and you meet a Democrat, you immediately go, well, I'm not a Republican, but I see their facial reaction whenever they see these Democrats. Oh, there's another liberal. Oh, damn liberal. And then you see the Democrats, you see these, their review of the Republicans. Oh my God, can you believe the nutcase? I can't believe Donald Trump said that. You got people in the Democratic Party who know that you're not supposed to walk out into the street and say that you'd shoot somebody and all your supporters would still stand behind you and vote for you, like Donald Trump said. What's going on with Trump? Why is he engaged in a homicidal ideation? I mean, isn't that a cause for concern? Saying he'd go shoot somebody? I mean, that's really weird. I can't imagine somebody saying that being a measure of loyalty. Loyalty is just hanging out and watching a show every night hoping for change, like a lot of you do. Oh yeah, the feds definitely had someone in the group. Dating back to the free speech movement in the 1960s and the Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, I've talked to people that were involved in the free speech movement at Berkeley. And they said that they had all kinds of feds mixed in their group. They literally landed there. This has been an FBI operation of infiltration. Interlopers come into the organization, and then many of them engage in anarchy. This happened with the WTO in the 90s in Seattle. There were over 200 people arrested, all because some people started beating people up, and one guy died at the WTO protest in Seattle in the mid-90s. That's something that it goes on all the time. They actually the FBI sends people in, yeah, undercover. Yeah, and that guy, his name, Pete Santilli, exactly. I never trusted his radio show, and I'm a little concerned that he, along with Dabu 7, are basically the government shills in there. They're trying to foment crises after crises. They want a violent revolution. They want anarchy. These shills are put in there to do that. The government, or whoever is powering up our government, would love for people to take up arms against the government. That would justify martial law, and they'd bring in all their UN troops into our country, go door to door. I know. Trump's facial expressions when he disagrees with someone on stage is sickening. I can't imagine him dealing with Putin. I know. He'd be no different than Barack Obama. He would call him a jackass. You, sir, are a jackass! And waiting for applause. If I shot you, you probably would vote for me. I mean, how can anyone even think that? I mean, it shows a gross lack of integrity and a bizarre mindset. I can imagine growing up in New York and having to fight your way to the top, just of the top of the garbage heap. I'm walking here. That type of thing. But this guy never fought his way to the garbage heap. The top of the garbage heap. He had a golden spoon handed to him by his dad. And he borrowed money to get to where he is today. He's a borrower. Yeah. Just like beggars in many ways. But worse, because borrowers screw people over. Beggars don't screw people over. They just beg. No, I'm not gonna stop my New York accent. Okay, it's not idiotic. I've actually had a lot of family members from New York. Yeah, I used to talk to a lot of people from New York all the time. No, I'll tell you what sounds dumb. Coming into this room telling me what to do with my voice. That sounds dumb. You're listening to a person who's a trained professional voiceover artist who can probably come out with 1,000 voices. So don't even go there. You visited Occupy Oakland. It was a filthy and uninviting mess of dirty people. Saw Burns screaming at each other about who got the money for a shopping cart filled with bottles and cans. Yeah, there you go, giraffe brain. Elvis Presley was even ratting on musicians he thought were commies. Yeah. You know, I created hybrid capitalism with Sarah, and we're going to make that available for you sometime soon. We're not sure. We've got to go to the site and open up the free download for Kindle. But this book that we wrote is just a stepping stone book for us. I'm writing another book that's more about what we're doing in our lives, how this whole event, America's Third Party, arrived, and a lot of history behind what my family's been doing. But yeah, the book that we wrote is basically a way for the government to get a return on investment. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. A return on investment from all of the costs of government expenditures. Now, when you look at government, you're looking at black holes everywhere, where the government throws money left and right, and literally creates these repeating black holes. So whenever they give out money to federal grants, the local community, the local state, expects that to happen again, so they come up with another reason to get a federal grant the next year. This is how government works, by the way. Or I should say that this is how government's not working, but it's how it's operating. Whenever they need money for these federal grants, the government borrows money from an endless blank check that they keep drawing from. They're not taking the money from your taxes. Your taxes are going to the Treasury, which is then sent to the World Bank to pay the interest on our debt. The green symbol is a symbol of money, which is digital currency. The gold is the actual coinage and the real precious metals behind a value of money, which no longer is part of our backing of our US dollar. We have more of a petrol dollar now, and I address that in the book. But I must tell you that the only way we're going to be able to get free and clear from this process of borrowing money from tomorrow to pay for today is to dislodge ourselves from the Federal Reserve and ask the Federal Reserve to go bye-bye. There is a portion of the Federal Reserve Act that has a buyout clause. It's a retirement clause. We can retire their charter. And in doing so, we can actually get ahead of this. Well, you know, spending $18 trillion on social programs won't wipe out the U.S. debt. It doubles the U.S. debt. And if he's beating Hillary by claiming he's going to spend $18 trillion to pay back the debt, it's impossible. You can't borrow money and get out of debt. It's impossible. It's just the same way. You can't go backward while going forward. You can't go forward while going backward. You can make 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and then make 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And it's kind of how hybrid capitalism works. We don't put too much money into any one project, and we don't draw from your taxes to do it. All of our designs are based on investments. We have solutions like renewable energy savings bonds that would be an investment strategy for people. It would give you a 4% return on your money. That's just one of the ideas that we have. So let's see what the New York Stock Exchange did today. We have an infrastructure bank idea where we actually have a direct discount window connection to the Treasury. Another down day on Wall Street, everybody. Minus 222 points. 223 points if you round up. Wow. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. So I did a recording earlier. I'll play it for you again on my podcaster. Hello, this is David Sponheim. talking on behalf of Americans seeking a peaceful resolution to what's happening in Burns, Oregon. Currently, the gunfire that has happened needs to be investigated. My biggest concern is that the American people do not overreact. Remember, this is exactly what elitists want. They want our nation to become a violent anarchy, which is not what we want at America's Third Party. We want a new political alternative to this violence. We want solutions to the problems facing the farmers and ranchers who are having their land taken away because of aggressive moves by various government members, including Hillary Clinton and her effort to push for a uranium sale of Oregon property, which is extremely disturbing. But we can only solve this with a political alternative. We cannot solve it by being violent. Remember, that is exactly what elitists want. They want to use the apparatus of government against the individual. They want to suppress freedom. They want to suppress our rights. And right now, the most important right of all is the right to protest, but more importantly, the right to form a political party and challenge these two parties that are clearly doing the bidding of elitists who don't care about the American people. I'm David Sponheim, and I support this message. Hello, this is David Sponheim talking on. That was just a one take thing where I just did that voice. I'm going to be doing a lot more podcasting, and hopefully it'll be a lot more interesting because obviously my cadence was a little bit slow, and I'm going to try to pick it up a little bit because people can listen a lot faster. Great new ideas for the country I've got lined up here to talk to you about. Ways to make money, ways for our country to grow economically, ways for us to get out of this terrible, terrible trap we're in, where we give money to Wall Street executives and no money to the American people to gain and grow businesses and products. It's crazy. That link is not working for some reason. It's not found, Scissor Fight. You may want to check that link again. Harvard receives $28 million. Wow. From U.S. to develop AI. Interesting. $28 million is a lot of money for Harvard to get. Well, Fox can beg all they want, but Trump is afraid to have to listen to the disaster of people complaining about what he said. The after effect of calling people out, what he recently said about saying he'd shoot somebody, if he shot somebody in the street, his supporters would still stand behind him, is not resonating well with the American people. They're not liking it at all. Word on the street is this guy is nuts. Yeah. That's just people are saying there's nothing wrong with somebody who'd go out and say that if he shot somebody in the street, his supporters are that loyal they would keep supporting him. It's totally narcissistic. Yeah, it is. Total narcissism. Okay, so we got the stock market here. It's a down day, and it's been a series of down days. It's been going on. Okay, I'll check that link now. Thank you. No, it's still not found on my end. I don't know are you guys clicking the link and getting it? You know, it's interesting. It's been shut down. Let me just get the whole link in there and copy it. This might work. Harvard is a very interesting university in that they are the largest donation fundraising university in history. They receive more money from every organization out there, and they're connected to people like Elena Kagan, the woman who kept turning away all the birth certificate lawsuits on Barack Obama and then got a job as the Supreme Court Justice. She used to be in charge of the Harvard fundraising operation. But for them to get $28 million from the U.S. to develop AI is a little bit old boy network going on here, I think. A little bit sketchy. Hillary's plan would raise taxes by $500 billion over the next decade. Yeah, I don't want to raise taxes at all. No, I was not invited to Davos. I did submit a YouTube video to Davos in 2008 on the Ocean Pipeline project, but I was never given any real, response. Nobody ever contacted me from Davos. The congressman reaming the DEA rep about pot was great. That was a great link. Yeah, that was good. That was from last night's show. Impressive. Yeah, I need to pull that link up from history. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. Here it is. Must hear. Check this out. This congressman reamed the guy from the DEA. Literally. He cut him a new one.
Mr. Botticelli, your hands are tied on Schedule 1. But it is ludicrous, absurd, crazy to have marijuana in the same level as heroin. Ask the late Philip Seymour Hoffman if you could. Nobody dies from marijuana. People die from heroin.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a really good argument, and there's no reason why we would even put marijuana on the list of controlled substances. There's no reason for it. I mean, it's absurd. And when you look into the fact that it has medicinal qualities, that automatically pulls it off the list of controlled substances. And for that reason, as President of the United States of America, I will automatically, as an executive order, rescind marijuana from that scheduled list of controlled substances. There may be a legal battle over this issue. I'm willing to go down the whole distance to fight that legal battle, but we will automatically not punish any state ever on any marijuana charge, even possession charges, until we find out exactly what role the federal government has in making money. We'll clarify that within about 2 to 3 months. We'll have a good tax system with no more than 15% tax charged, superseding all state taxes, and making it possible for the federal government, to return money back to the states per capita. So larger states will get more money back from the marijuana tax, but the government will profit from it, and it'll help the economy, and everyone's going to love it. And like I said, a lot of you unemployed potheads sitting around at home who have nothing to do, you're going to go out in the backyard immediately and grab some bins and put some grow mulch in there, and you're going to start growing it yourself. I know you are. So that's going to stimulate the economy right off the top. People will be able to produce and cash in on that product. Big difference. Well, it's a very competitive environment. Philip Seymour Hoffman's family might be a bit irked. Not really. He didn't have much family, really. I mean, that I know of. I do believe that, yeah, he's on a different site. Yeah, that guy got banned. I do believe that there's a situation where Seymour Hoffman was possibly being controlled by someone. From what I gathered from Philip Seymour Hoffman's situation, he had 500 bags, but they say he had 50 bags of heroin, but whatever. They did find him going from location to location with some people. And what was really strange about the lack of investigation into the Philip Seymour Hoffman death, they didn't investigate those people. They had camera footage from every single ATM that he was standing next to of people that were with him. And when he died of an overdose, that's the most easy death to fake. If somebody were to steal money from him and fake. But they left money there, and that's why the police didn't pursue it as a homicide. They left bags of heroin everywhere, too. So if somebody was trying to shut Philip Seymour Hoffman up, they did a very good job, because he was in rehab. He had not gone back to heroin, to the best of his friend's knowledge. I did some detailed research on that when it happened. But the fact is, either way, the truth is, heroin is so readily available right now, it's ridiculous. And there's a reason why it's so cheap. Because our government's been guarding the warlords' crops of opium in Afghanistan. He died too young, and he was a great actor. And a lot of people really liked his acting. Dave, you got news. The guy from Chobani Yogurt got in the news. He wants to hire refugees in his plant in Idaho. From the goat herder CEO of Yogurt to being on the board of Federal Reserve. Look it up. Thank you very much. I did not know the goat herder CEO is now on the Board of Federal. Yeah, we're seeing a real big climb there. From goat herder to Board of Federal Reserve. Wow. I've never done drugs like crank or crack or speed or whatever you're calling these things. Okay, well, thank you. Oh no, Mr. Bill. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. Thank you. What do you don't like Patch Adams? The whole story of a doctor who helped people survive. Yeah, it's a great movie. You know, this guy I know, William Mount, he actually talks to Patch Adams, the real Patch Adams, all the time. He emails him back and forth. He's a big supporter of Patch Adams. I don't, really track all of William Mount's videos, so I can't really endorse him. And God knows where his ideas come from, but I can tell you he's definitely got a growing following on the internet now. A lot of people are following him for the weirdest reasons. One person said that they're following him because he's joined this Lucis Trust Fund. And they think that he's some sort of an evil person or something, part of the Luciferians. But Mount told me that he joined because he wants ears in the ground to listen to what these people at the UN are doing. The Lucis Trust is an organization of Luciferians that are in control of the UN and are trying to use the two parties in America to control our country. So he really is he's just listening to them. He's privy to their private meetings, that they've only allowed a certain number of people into that organization. So I don't really think that William Mount is a Luciferian. I believe that he is more like a reporter. That's how I see him. Yeah, I know, and people are suspicious, so he's getting all these viewers listening to his show. But a lot of the things he says I cannot validate, so I don't in any way endorse everything he says. Yeah, did you know? Satanists are trying to control America. Yeah, do you want me to give you a detailed, story about that and give you the list? Well, let me just briefly give you a link to go do your own research on the meaning of the Lucis, the name and the formation of their. It's called the esoteric meaning of Lucifer, and they have this thing on their website. If you got a little time, you should check it out. They are a roster level UN agency involved in meetings and publications for the UN. Get freaked out watching that little story there, the esoteric meaning of Lucifer. Yeah, we have got to get the UN out of our personal domestic crisis. We've got to get the UN out of the documents the U.S. Army's constructed, which gives the UN the ability to come into our country and take over. We've got to remove a lot of things involving the UN, and we certainly don't want to give them $55 billion like the Millennium Directive asks us to do. We don't have that money to give away. I will. Okay, Mr. Bill, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and pass this one on to my secretary in the cloud, my notepad in the cloud. Let me pull that up. Yeah, some of the things that come into our show, like what Mr. Bill is saying right now, definitely require a deeper, more critical look. Oh, Mr. Bill. Okay, follow the trail. Yeah, a lot of you guys have become a kind of an armchair investigative journalist. I'm not selling tickets to the carnival, dude. I'm the ringleader. I'm the guy. I'm actually the master of ceremonies. He's dead, Dave. Who's dead? 120 rounds were fired into a Bundy vehicle without provocation. All that remains, says this. Okay, so there has been, thank you, all that remains. There has definitely been a crime committed. I really believe that this is going to take a major grand jury investigation at this point. So count on that when I become president. But in the meantime, we're trying to stop this terrible problem from unfolding. We don't want more violence in Burns, Oregon, folks. Yeah, Armchair Investigative Journalist. Great cartoon. Yeah, check that out. Okay, let me put this in the chat. I'm making a note of this, Mr. Bill. Thank you. Yeah. Follow the money. I am going to be an inventor, by the way. I'm going to show you my inventions in just a second. Yeah, it's really weird that the guy from Chobani Yogurt has such power now. Yeah, they want to import them into Oregon. So, how ironic is that? Or no, excuse me, Idaho. Idaho, Butch Otter, the governor of Idaho, actually has endorsed the Chinese, the national Chinese, to come in and buy a portion of Oregon. They are buying a 50 square mile radius outside of Boise to create a fertilizer factory. They're right in the process of this right now. And our government's sitting back going, oh, okay, China wants to buy 50 square miles of Idaho. Oh, no problem. Hillary wants to sell the uranium rights of Oregon property that the Hammonds have to Russia. That's what the deal says. And the Air Force has launched their first cyberspace weapons system. Yeah, like I believe that. They've been doing cyberspace weapon systems for a long time. But I'm sure you're right. It's probably the first one they publicly want to talk about. Air Force earlier this month reached full operational capability in its Air Force intranet control weapons system, which service officials say it's the first cyberspace weapons system to reach FOC status. So they're going to try to create a logical override over the internet. That's terrible. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to stand for land buys from China. So don't quote Trump here, because I'm the guy who started talking about China 8 years ago. So don't pretend like this is his branding on this. This is my idea. In fact, the 15% ecological tariff on China and other countries was my idea. Yeah, believe me, I'm in charge of a 3-ring circus here, but I've got to build the third ring. Yeah, the 2 other rings in this circus under the tent of absolute, I guess America is in turmoil, it would be the best description. Dogbone, have I read this? WoundedAmericanWarrior.com say FBI investigators will go public if Obama's Attorney General does not uphold the law and indict Hillary. This is great news. Thank you, Dogbone. So that it's heating up on the Hillary email crisis. Yeah, because she won't admit to having sent top secret material, and now it's becoming more and more obvious she did. They're thinking of indicting her. Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear this. So FBI investigators will go public. Well, when dealing with the FBI, I can honestly tell you that there are good people and bad people in that organization. Yeah, it's like any organization. So if she runs into the good people, she's going into indictment time. But if the bad people are in charge...
Gather your besties, because life is about to get real. Live on stage, meet the Realish Housewives. Ivanka, she's royal, and she's married, we think.
God, I really don't like that when sites do that. The pop-up ads, it's ridiculous. I'm not worried about Jewish people. That's fine. Yeah, don't persecute anybody here who's Jewish. Please. All of you. I am not in favor of labeling people, any one particular group of people, anything. I don't want to bag and tag Muslims like Donald Trump does. Deportation forces and all that. Yeah, I do not want to in any way make anybody who's Jewish think that I'm against their religion. I'm not. In any way. I am, however, concerned about the growing nemesis of Zionism. That much I can tell you Donald Trump doesn't talk about. And I assure you that I'm not a Zionist, whereas I don't think he could say that, being his wife is, or his daughter is very connected to the Jewish faith. But not all Jews are Zionists. In fact, only a small subset of Jewish people are Zionists. So to say Jewish people are one way or another is just wrong. All right, let me talk about the ocean pipeline. This particular idea, which is in our book, which you'll be able to read about it pretty soon as I make it free, is like a $20,000 setup. I can put 3 solar panels, a windmill, a reservoir, and about 12 modules that can desalinate water passively, connect it all together and create enough water for about 3 to 4 homes in areas like the desert, if only we were near seawater. So what we want to do is bring seawater in to the coastal area, the salad bowl of California, which is drying up, and connecting all these amazing modules together. And we can transport lots of these over long distances. And it would not be too expensive. Each module is only about $1,000. So I can fit 12 of these on here, buy the solar panels and the wind power and the reservoirs for about $20,000 in product cost. So imagine this supplying water to the California area in time of drought. So Sarah's here. Nice backdrop of the New York Stock Exchange. Took a 222-point drop tonight. I'll talk about this idea a little bit later.
It's up, it's down, it's all around.
Yeah, I don't talk negatively about other shows other than to say I don't support their views. Some of their shows, there's one guy who I consider the United Extremist. I don't consider him a person like me. I'm a centrist. Sarah and I are centrists. We're not extremist in any way. Okay, the Oregon Bundy standoff. Ammon Bundy's asked colleagues to go home now. Well, anyway, I'll talk about this real quick so I can just, tell you about this too. The water power barge is an idea we have to produce barges in our ports that are doing nothing right now, like Bremerton, Washington, and Eastport, Maine. We would love to see a barge production which has desalination capabilities, and we can tugboat it anywhere anyone buys it. So somebody from Rio de Janeiro buys it, we send it down from Bremerton down into Rio de Janeiro, and they would be able to get water, fresh water, and electricity we generate from the seawater system that we have. We use kinetic generators using point absorbers that roll with the ocean. So as it's floating, it's actually generating electricity, and we're able to export that to land. So many rich people who want to be free of the grid could get this outside of their dock. These kind of units would be manufactured by a government, and we'd sell them directly to the private sector. We'd see spin-offs of these operations. We could have a cleanup operation that cleans plastic waste while it generates electricity and fresh water. I mean, all these potential idea spin-offs of ocean-based crafts. They could, like Waterworld with Kevin Costner. I don't know if you've seen that. Waterworld is a great movie. Well, it's an apocalyptic vision of something I see as a realistic solution for freshwater needs as we move forward in time. So we don't want to have a... No, the warlord guy is not having my sister on as a guest. No. She's confirmed to me that that'll never happen. I made a phone call and talked to my sister today about that. She's not doing any interviews with anybody on the air. So whatever you heard that, it's just not true. All right, I got a handle on it because I couldn't believe people are actually trying to, troll me on that one. But did you have anything for dinner?
Yeah, I had a chicken leg and that rice.
Oh, good, excellent, cool.
The rest of my lunch rice and another chicken leg. I love the chicken leg though.
Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you. Well, I can't stop eating, so I have to cut back.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sondheim, America's Third Party.
Sondheim for president.
Hey, you like my pool?
we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Well, they got to stop it. Yeah, we got to stop it. Thank you. That was fun. All right, so Sarah's going to spend some time with you guys while I get freshened up. I want to talk briefly about robots. Robots, fully autonomous robots will be patrolling your streets very soon.
Seriously.
Yeah, thank you. You got the 6-foot-tall RoboCop has been deployed by a Florida university and will soon be protecting and serving by handing out tickets.
Well, it hasn't actually been deployed.
It will be, though.
It's been developed.
Oh, I'm sorry, developed. I misread that. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm all about that.
All about the proper
reading
syntax. Thank you. I noticed there were a couple people behind us that want to step up and do the show.
Want to step up?
Hey, could you people...
yeah, why don't you...
We've got replacement for our show here. These are audio animatronics, robotic figures that will be replacing us during our show.
Schwartz found that out. Okay.
Hello, my name is David Sponheim. So tomorrow night is Technology Thursday, and we're to talk about the advent of biometrics, transhumanism, robotics, and chipping, RFID chipping. I wish I didn't have to talk about all that, because that's the downside, in my opinion, of technology. I don't want to make a merge with some cybernetic world. I don't want humans to be part robotic. I really don't. I don't want that for human beings, to be chipped. I'm against RFID chipping of human beings. FBI has entered the refuge. Okay, let's take a look. What happened yesterday is an absolute attack, gunfire, on innocent people driving around by the FBI, and will be investigated under my leadership by a grand jury, and we will be prosecuting anybody who did this to the Hammonds. And killing a man is just not acceptable. Let's listen in.
Okay, guys. Update: Oregon Refuge Center. The FBI TAC units. You see it right here. Update.
You can shut off of that.
127 says 405. I don't know why it says 405 because that would be 0405. But they have like military time here. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. Update: FBI TAC units on scene have entered refuge where armed militants are barricaded. Now I was just watching the live stream. I guess that ended an hour ago, so that would make sense. And then did anybody else watch that where Defend Your Base and those guys were saying that they got ditched, that they were on duty over guarding the by the mound or something like that, or the berm, and that they got back and everybody had skipped out and left them there? And did anybody else hear that? Because that's what I heard. So you guys hit me up in the comments section, but that's what's going on, is that he hasn't restarted the live stream yet, from what I know, unless I'm wrong. But, you know, the person that I go to for information, she's spot the hell on every time. So, all right. Anybody finds anything out, shit, let me know something too. All right.
All right. Yeah. All right. How words are formed, they seem like inside jokes, the words. Yeah, it needs to be. That's why we need America's third party, Noble Watchman. Which you very well know. I appreciate that. Yeah, refuge is a digit short of refugee because they're seeking a refuge. Well, it's about a year until a little more than a year, and by this time next year, the new president will be in office for 1 week. It is good. How is it with you? How are you doing? 622? Okay. Tomatoes were thrown by a protester after a real estate magnate referred to Democratic. Okay. Oh. And so somebody threw tomatoes. All right, thank you. I'm not really playing the news. 858. Yes, decision time is the first Tuesday after the second Monday in November is the final decision, but all the way up until that time will be primaries, caucuses, and things like that. I understand 858, but David played that. I don't take any responsibility for doing that. What video would you like me to play that's more recent? Do you have a live recording of that area? All I've heard is here's real-time coverage. See real-time coverage. Would you like me to show you real-time coverage? Not really, B-Master. No. Because I think having a national primary day, the reason I'm not in favor of that is that it limits people from campaigning in the different states. I really didn't want to, but okay. Alright, let me see. Just a sec.
We want to get right to the breaking news. In Oregon, the weeks-long standoff between armed anti-government protesters and law enforcement turning deadly overnight. The leader and several members of that group are now under arrest. ABC's Neil Karlinski has the latest in Burns, Oregon for us. Good morning, Neil.
Amy, good morning. A dramatic and sudden turn of events out here overnight with no warning. As a result, all of the group's leadership has now been arrested except for one armed rancher who was killed here by law enforcement overnight. This morning, a shootout between the armed occupiers of the Federal Wildlife Refuge in rural Oregon and police, including the FBI, has left one occupier dead and another wounded. Group leader Ammon Bundy and his brother were arrested in the shootout and could be seen handcuffed on the road. The armed militia seized control of this National Wildlife Refuge in early January, and they have occupied it ever since. Group spokesman Lavoy Finicum was killed in the shootout during a traffic stop along a highway outside the compound. He spoke with George earlier this month.
We have no intent of pointing a gun at anybody, but let's be clear here. Who's pointed guns at me? Who's pointed guns at Ammon? They have. Who said that we will shoot you? We never have. They have.
Ranch supporters claim he was murdered in cold blood. His daughter saying the father of 11 had his hands in the air when he was shot.
They just unloaded on him and just shot him like a whole bunch of times, and they killed him.
As a local hospital in the nearby town of Burns went on lockdown while treating one suspect, authorities said at least 8 were arrested, including an online blogger who supported the group.
Women and children need to get out of there right now.
And John Ritzheimer, famous for his online postings about being willing to risk everything in the standoff.
Although nobody here will fire that first shot.
The standoff, which was in its 24th day, had been mostly peaceful until now. But townspeople and Oregon's governor had expressed frustration the occupation had been allowed to continue so long. The big question now is what happens out at the wildlife refuge. People are still holed up inside there, and for the first time, law enforcement has a presence there as well. They've actually set up roadblocks now throughout the area. There is also a concern that Lavoy Finicum could now be seen as a martyr. There is a great deal of anger here that he was killed at the hands of law enforcement. In fact, the group's Facebook page is filled with people posting about that. We'll continue to monitor the situation out here, Amy and George.
All right, Neil Karlinski, thank you.
All right. that was an update. There you go. Moving on. Yeah, I guess you could say that 957. But no, because if he had his hands up, then that would not be... He wasn't suicidal. Oh, you think he was FBI, Joseph Goebbels? Now that's a conspiracy. That would be indeed a conspiracy theory if he was FBI himself. Can I brief you briefly on what it was about? Yes, I can. Actually, when this first started happening, I did quite a bit of reading on it. So there's actually two different families involved. If the Bundys, I can't remember if the Bundys were originally from Utah or they're originally from Oregon. All right, so one group of family is from Utah, and I believe that's the Bundys. And that group, basically they were cattle ranchers, and the cattle ranchers in the past have had an agreement with the federal government that they can use federal lands to basically allow their cattle to graze, horses and cattle. And then what had happened is that basically the federal government was getting concerned about the water on the federal lands being used by all the cattle, and the farmers went in and they actually had created some water areas because, of course, the cattle and horses need water. So they had created some feeding troughs or feeding water areas for their cattle. And then there was some kind of shooting that happened with some of the horses that belonged to the ranchers, and even though the horses were on federal lands. And there was a big hubbub that they couldn't use the water on the federal lands. Anyway, there was a big standoff in Utah about that issue. Meanwhile, in Oregon, there are two gentlemen, a father and a son, and they also are cattle ranchers, and they live right next to federal land, and they were also having some times where they allowed their cattle on that land, but then anyway, there's some issues that came up with fires that were set. So fires can sometimes help certain areas so that it regrows. Anyway, poaching is not allowed on federal lands. Poaching is killing animals that are supposed to be protected, and the federal lands are supposed to be areas that they can be protected, like deer, etc. There was some one of the young farmers, a son, said that there was he went and talked to some hunters on the federal lands, and I don't know, I think the hunters are allowed on federal lands, but they have to have permits. And then there was an issue where they believe that the younger person started a fire on federal land in order to cover up a poaching incident. There was another incident with a fire that a natural fire had started from lightning on the federal land, but it had encroached into their own property, their cattle. And so then they started a fire on their property to kind of like do a back push on that fire so that it wouldn't injure their hay that had they were storing up, and there might have been a third fire. Anyway, long story short, in Oregon, 2 farmers were indicted for arson, pled guilty, actually served time. They actually had already served the judge issued them an order that they had to serve a certain amount of time. However, an attorney general of Oregon, I believe, said that they were actually should have been charged with some sort of terrorism, even though because I think it was only because it was involving federal lands. Anyway, so they said that they should be charged with a terrorism, and that held a minimum sentence. So even though they had served their time, one of them served 6 months, one of them served a year, they actually were recharged. Double jeopardy, I would think, would come into play, but it did not. They did not contest it because they had already served time, so they did not contest what their guilt or innocence, and they were sentenced to 5 years. And the farmers from Utah, the ranchers from Utah, and patriots all converged on Oregon to protest the fact that these people, just ranchers, were charged with a terrorism charge and had to serve extra time. That's as short as I can say.
Lavoy Finicum is on record saying that he would rather die than be caged. Lavoy Finicum is the decedent. Let me.
Yes, you can take a whole herd of cows, actually. I mean, there has been an agreement in the past. You have plenty of regions open. I don't know. Anyway, there have been agreements between cattle ranchers and the government in the past, and there continues to be in certain areas. The issue can come into play when
a rewards card is designed to sync with your life,
fires
it gets talked
going
about.
on, or there is water issues. Because the concept is, that the water should be used for the natural animals in that area.
Yeah.
Well, you have to in certain areas, Joseph, so I know someone that actually worked in North Dakota, and there's actually a lot of cattle there's a lot of federal lands up there, and the cattle go right through there. I mean, they still, in the Midwest, they still actually take their cattle and move them with the grass and with the seasons.
He had 11 kids and 50 foster boys.
Right.
Wow. 11 kids and 50 foster boys. We saw Lavoy Finicum on camera speaking. Wasn't he the fire marshal that spoke out?
I don't know if he's a fire marshal.
Well, I sure saw him speak about the FBI being interlopers coming into the group. And from what we heard tonight, they were just completely hit with a barrage of gunfire from the FBI. And then he said outright, "Why don't you go ahead and shoot me?" He said.
And his daughter said that he actually had his hands raised when he said that.
When he had his hands raised when he said, "Go ahead and shoot me," and he was shot. So we have a classic example of an overtaking FBI, police state forming, no accountability, no responses from our president or our leaders. We need a third party, folks. And those people in Burns, Oregon need a third party. We all need a third party. I don't think having a death wish is what he was making a stand. And I listened to this man speak out prior in another video, and I was impressed with his clarity. But I don't think he was suicidal.
If they reference it, it should be, let's take away the guns from the police officers, because they're the ones that actually killed somebody.
Right.
It shouldn't. If lefties cite this incident as like, ooh, gun control, well, it should be more like, well, there were people like Lavoy Finicum who had a gun and didn't shoot anyone.
Yeah.
So
this is
anyway.
really thank you so much, Sarah, for helping and talking to the folks here.
All right, you're welcome. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I've got a double dose of coffee ready to go. So.
Okay.
And there's another. Oh gosh, I got to get the camera back.
Oh,
there's another chicken leg for you there. You missed that, so go ahead and microwave that. No, that's yours. I made that for you.
Okay, I'll microwave it.
Feel free. Feel free.
Feel free.
Feel free. Feel free. This is the camera in 640 mode. Yeah, loads of great entertainment on Vaughn. Yeah, I know. You know, it sure beats watching repeated videos on YouTube because you get the real thing here. You get interactive. He said on RT he was ready to die. Well, I understand that's different than actually asking to be killed. It's a totally different thing. Yeah. I think you can interpret it as asking to be killed. Right. If you do, then there's something wrong with your judgment. If the FBI just said, you know, they're going to make a stand here ourselves and we're going to go ahead and blow this guy's head off, or whatever they did to him. I don't know how they shot him. But it shows a gross police state forming under the current two-party system, and it's got to stop. This is not the kind of country I was born in. I know you weren't born in this country either. So what's happened is a lot of us average Americans who are finally figuring this out, that the two parties are corrupted, and they're willing to kill Lavoy Finicum just because he stood up and made a stand. Thanks, UK. Leftists are worse than the mere scumbag communists lefties took over. Oh, so you think leftists are worse than scumbag communists? Scumbag communists are leftists. I'm not sure exactly where you're coming from. But you can look at the spectrum. You see the Hillary Clinton style National Socialist. Obama's that way too. They're very much like Nazis. You could have a right-wing Nazi too who sides with neocons like Donald Trump. It doesn't matter. I mean, both parties seem the same at a certain point. They seem like Nazi commies. And the Oregon drone FAA has created a no-fly zone for the Bureau of Land Management Wildlife Refuge. Okay. And Vika, you have something for us?
Everybody, Dave Acton checking in. Well, I've got some bad news for you, so brace yourself.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I've been checking the temporary flight restriction database every day since this event began in Oregon. 25 days. The FAA's never issued a temporary flight restriction until today. Why is that? Well, it's a very special TFR. It's a hazards TFR. Now, with everything going on at the wildlife refuge, why wouldn't they have issued a TFR long ago? It would have been routine. But now they've issued it. Why? Mortuary mop-up services, drone attacks, and air assaults. That's what it's about.
Okay, so they're restricting any mortuary mop-up services, air assaults. This guy's claiming they're doing a drone blocks in a no-fly zone in order for a massacre to take place without anybody going in with any drone aircraft with video cameras. Yeah, Nazis are extremely right-wing, National Socialists like Obama and Clinton. Yeah. But then you got the commie blend of Marxism coming out of the Bernie Sanders clan and their extreme desire to rape the taxpayer of their money just to give non-paying, non-working people all this free services, like a nanny state forming to give people welfare that don't need it. Like all these illegal aliens. The communists would love if they just give all the illegal aliens that are coming into our country a free house and push you citizens aside and force you to be out in the street while they give an illegal alien who's having a baby, an anchor baby, a place to stay with Section 8 housing, pushing you off the list, the waiting list for Section 8 housing. That's what's going on. Yeah, thank you. Micah, what is that you sent me? Yeah, because everyone's reacting to it going, what happened? And you think these are homosexual people? Not just communists, but they're homosexual gay pinkos? You're calling them gay pinkos now? Oh, this is the train fight scene. Batista versus James Bond. Yeah, we can't play anything like that on our show. God forbid I get a copyright violation for the 3 seconds I just played. Yeah, I can't do that, Vika. As much as that's a great fight scene, it's just not something I can put on the show. The corporations, the communist state running the lives of citizens, yeah, exactly. It's the corporations actually fuse with the government in both a communist and a national socialistic state. In the communist state, the government assimilates as much private property of the individuals as they can and then take over the corporations eventually. But there's never been a successful economy that was communistic, ever. And then you look at the National Socialistic model, which is simply, it's like Trump wanting to create a deportation force and use the power of the government to tell people what they can say and what they can't say, and then automatically give power to certain key crony friends who are Wall Street executives and never see any accountability from Wall Street. So folks, if you're wanting to get accountability from Wall Street, don't vote for Trump. Seriously. He's never going to make our nation accountable. And Bernie, yeah, exactly. So I agree with this person named Joseph Goebbels in our chat room, not the Joseph Goebbels that you know as as a Nazi who worked as a propaganda minister for Hitler. This guy's name, yeah, I agree. Nationalists basically do everything to support their countries, but bear in mind, you're confusing nationalism with National Socialism, what Hitler did, where big corporations use the apparatus of government to take over all the little corporations and little businesses. I have something crap on my tooth. Let's see. I was eating some kale. I found this crunchy kale. Pretty good. Non-GMO. No, I'm not gay. I'm amazed that you people think I'm gay when I'm not. It's like you don't have any gaydar. You're probably the people that voted for Barack Obama who is gay, which amazes me, and you don't even know that. You know, I'm not in any way confusing economic theory with the leftist liberals who obviously are inhabiting our government. Even the right-wing led Congress, that seems overly liberal now too in many ways. They're willing to, bend over backwards to appease the left-wingers. So I don't like the far left, I don't like the far right. That's why I'm a centrist. I'm right in the center of the political spectrum. I'm not gay, dude. No. There's never, ever been a time in my life where I was attracted to a man. I'm rolling through my memory thinking, no. How could that possibly make you attracted? How could you possibly be excited by a man if you were another man? I mean, the whole idea is abhorrent to me, but I mean, I respect you gays who want to get into that, but I as the old saying is, love the sinner, hate the sin. Yeah, I think leftists could care less about the betterment of experienced life. Are you writing poetry? Are you thinking of entering a slam competition, like a poetry reading competition at your local bar? Well, many of you are incredibly attracted to me, and I can't help that.
Visited his home country in Kenya. Visited his home country in Kenya.
But could you get more interested in Michael here? Because I'm not a tranny.
His home country in Kenya.
And I'm not.
His home country in Kenya.
And I'm not in any way gay.
In Kenya.
So thanks.
His home country in Kenya.
Wrap your mind around this tranny here.
In Kenya. Visited his home country in Kenya. Visited his home country in Kenya.
Welcome to Chat Hell.
His home country in Kenya. Visited his home country.
Yeah, but if you're a fruit or a vegetable, there's a place for you in our national composting plan. We want to make sure everybody has a chance to compost their vegetables and their fruits. So have no fear. Composting is near. We're not here to talk about the Bible. I'm here to talk about politics. I am Dave, and I'm not gay. Thank you. And thanks for coming in from the chat hell of the universe, 4chan. Yeah, many of you have come here because you finally grew a brain cell in your head and said, you know, I don't really want to be in 4chan the rest of my life and be a troll. I'd actually like to talk about stuff. My lip? What about my lip? I have a lip. You're writing ideas. Without abbreviation? Not into that, no. Yeah, the Federalist Party was opposed by the Democrats and Republicans, yeah. Micah, you're supporting yourself here? Is that what's going on? And you like the manliness of the new James Bond character? I kind of like the old James Bond, you know. Roger Moore. The name's Bond. James Bond. Or Sean Connery. Sean Connery. The name's Bond. James Bond. There are no shape-shifting reptoids. It's just your mom asking you if you want something to eat before you go to bed. You're hallucinating! Micah, are you drunk? The name's Bond. James Bond. All right, well, this has been quite the awakening for a lot of us. We realize that the Hammonds are being interrupted with FBI insurgents. We know that an innocent man died, and he wasn't really asking for it, but he was prepared to die. We know that a crime was committed by our government, and now we have to process this as a political movement. Okay? So don't get violent. Start getting politically active. Yeah. Better to do that than to attack people in real life. Oh, extreme skydiving. Ooh. Boy, have I got a video for you. I did a voiceover for one of the best skydiving videos I've ever seen. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's one of my old voiceover videos. I should play this for you. It shows a former president skydiving. It's pretty interesting. Okay, let's move on. This is too much fun. Okay, back to the hypnotherapy. Thank you all for coming into our session. Would you like to relax and forget about your addiction to crack cocaine? Maybe your addiction to having a president who is on crack cocaine? My question to you is, do you see anything unusual about this picture, aside from the whole picture being unusual? Do you see the orifice that's staring right at you in your face? Well, let's go into the orifice and pick out what the political structure has deemed a political candidate. Yeah. Where is this candidate going to come from? What walk of life will this candidate be? Will this presidential candidate be an American? Or will he be a Canadian? Do you know? Well, let's ask Boxy. She knows. Well, let's be clear. All right, I think we know who's going to be making a run for the Republican nomination. We have found our choice. I don't know, Marco Rubio's a little bit too ugly. Don't you think? He's got that crap-eating grin. You know, I could be Marco Rubio. I could be a smiling, two-faced shill. Oh, guess who else comes out of the orifice? Yeah, there's got to be somebody else. Let's dig into our grab bag and find out who else is a Republican contender here. Oh, yeah. The new and improved Donald Trump / Hillary Clinton. We call her Clump. Yeah, she's better than the original. Clump is the best of both candidates. They're both commies. They both support the idea of a new world order. They both smile a lot and pretend like they have the answers, and neither one of them can actually crack a joke. Isn't it amazing? Yeah, not one of them can actually make a joke. Clump. Okay, that's one of another particle of turd that came out of the political butthole. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, that scrapey old, crusty old Depends underwear wearing guy who thinks he can borrow $19 trillion to somehow finance more debt. I don't understand how a person could do that. Let me see if I can look like Bernie here. It's not about looks. No, it's about credibility. And right now, Bernie's not looking too credible to me. He's one of the old crusty turds in the toilet bowl. I'm not liking what I see with him. Number one, he whines a lot. I can't get my head to position here. Vote for me. Vote for me. Vote for socialism. Vote for a good Jew. You deserve it. Treat yourself to a little greed. Oh, God, I mean, he can't even be a good socialist. He really doesn't have the qualifications. He's too greedy. Did you hear what he's trying to do with this Democratic Party? He's suing them for a humongous amount of money because they didn't give him a list of voters. You heard about this, right? He wants more money. Yeah. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't bring up that candidate called Ted Cruz. Oh my God. Where did this guy come from? Well, he came from Canada. That's right. He's claiming he's from Canada and he's in some way a natural-born U.S. citizen. How does that work? Well, plus his wife is the director of Goldman Sachs. Do you really think he could vote to audit? If he's going to vote to audit the Fed, I doubt it. And look at that look, that fake look of credibility. Oh my gosh. Did he go to school to look that sincere? And the smiling idiot, I can't take him either. Well, thank you for coming into the butthole of American politics. Now I can get out of that and get into a higher margin of intellectualism here. Thank you. Now, I like to belittle other candidates because I don't get the chance in the mainstream media. They won't give me that opportunity. I don't do crack. Clinton, German. Okay, Vika, thank you. Well, I used to know a couple people that did not have a lot of money, but then they got a lot of money when they won the lotto. Thank you. Isn't this a lovely tie? Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Orthodox tradition. You know, it's got the squares, the structure. It's a very together tie. Today is Wasteful Wednesday, so I want to talk briefly about the Department of Homeland Security and how they are costing us $60 billion a year. In their budget is the TSA, and they're charging $7 billion a year to fondle your grandmother and lift her breasts and touch her pacemaker. When is this going to stop? Seriously, when is this going to stop? The violation of our people at airports? I mean, I can't tell how many people have been violated because there's probably a list of lawsuits pending against the TSA right now. If I had access to that lawsuit list, I could tell you, but I don't. All I can tell you is I'm going to retask the machines they use to actually check your body. Currently, they're looking at your body, your length of your penis, what your vagina looks like. Yeah, that's got to feel good walking through the airport. I've never done an airport trip where I had to have my pants looked at through. Seriously, I mean, I could imagine looking over and seeing all the TSA workers going, you know, what a bunch of perverts. So we're going to get rid of all of the, that happened to you, really? Did they grab your junk? I'm just asking you because it's a pejorative question. You're not held accountable, and you will not be considered an enemy combatant if you answer. This guy, look at, I mean, he obviously has never seen a man's pee-pee, so he's reaching into his pants to take a look at his junk. Is this necessary? No, you're a perv, and you're probably one of those people that are going to be frying on the electric chair, or wherever you're going to be frying. Well, you would fry on the electric chair. Yeah, I have a 3-strike law against perversion like molestation and rape. Now, I'm not saying this guy with the blue gloves is raping this man. But now you know what I look like when I have brown hair and a mustache. So, I mean, yeah, I had this picture in my archives before I had my face change. Yeah, I thought I'd show you, you know, and look at this guy, poor guy. He's been in an office with his watch on for his entire life. Look at that. That's a guy who spends all his time in the office, never gets anyone to touch his body part. Anyway, so we will retest the rapid scanners to go on specifically luggage. Luggage is the most dangerous potential for terrorist attacks, like what happened with the Lockerbie, Scotland accident. That was a luggage-related situation. No, Sponheim is not a Jewish name. It's actually originally it's a German name because there's a town in Germany called Sponheim. It's the town of Sponheim. Yeah, and it is in the Rhineland of Germany. So if you are calling me a Juden, it is not true. There is a small town in Germany, about 800 or 900 people live in this small municipality in Germany. Yeah. So it is not Jewish in any way. Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? I would never get into the opportunity of allowing the TSA to do that to you. So what I am going to do is I'm going to retask the TSA to play tiddlywinks and become rent-a-cops and get the hell out of the airports that are currently manning these or womening these people. We don't need those people. We have plainclothes military personnel, National Guards and Coast Guards that can do the job of reaching into your pants. And they won't do that, okay? There will be no more rapid scanners. We will use the old-fashioned metal detectors. I've never been to the town of Germany, in Sponheim municipality. Yeah. But I hear it exists, and I'm not really concerned. There are people waiting there with beer steins going, I hope he starts drinking with us. That would be good to the Oktoberfest with this Sponheim who's running for president. I have no affiliation whatsoever with Germany. I was born Norwegian. My father is related to Norwegians who were originally on his father's side from Germany in 1100 AD. That's my only connection. Countess Jutta was the youngest. Yeah. Jutta was a beautiful girl. It is so sad what happened to her. Yeah, Dioria. No, it's not a Jewish town. You're a freak. You know, you're anti-Semitic, and I don't like that. I don't like people that are anti-Semitic. I really don't. I have no tolerance for people who are intolerant. Well, I'm going to freak you out. Welcome to my nightmare. A cornucopia of colors. So far we've got a rainbow world with a lax liberal president who's like a foo-foo liberal rainbow coalition kind of guy, who's allowed transgenderism to take center stage in American history as opposed to jobs and a growing productivity, who's basically turned our country into the laughingstock of the world by making it seem like we are dunce idiots that allow our government to run rimshot over their rights around the world. We basically allowed our government to turn into the Nazi police force for the World Bank. And they're laughing at us. Especially laughing at us while we weaken our own borders and become like France now, with an incredible influx of refugees coming in from Germany. And those refugees want to go into England too. I mean, it's a complete, unbelievable attack on Europe going on and orchestrated by the very people that control our country too. So they're going to open our borders too. They're going to weaken our nation and allow refugees to come in and rape our women. Yeah. Welcome to the New World Order. Exactly. Now, I don't support in any way National Socialism or white supremacy. I'm an integrationist. I'm a centrist. You're going stealth. You think they're watching you? You think that's just paranoia on your part? All right, dude. You're out of here. You got a little bit of time left, but pretty soon your oxygen is going to run out. You're living in this planet, so like the rest of us, we're going to be running out of oxygen soon. I'm going to have to, you got a gag order on you, though. I'm going to keep you gagged down here, just in chat alone. I'm speaking metaphorically. No. You're just trying to yeah. The word Sponheim dates back to Germany's history, the core of our history. My great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather actually invented the spoon. So don't confuse me with some Jewish traveling circus that came into that country. It's pronounced Spoonheim. No. You're acting very anti-Semitic. I don't like that. Oh, well, I guess we got one thing we can talk about tonight. The shortwave broadcast. Let's do a round robin of what we've talked about so far in this cornucopia of fun stuff. All right. Oregon drone, FAA creates no-fly zone for BLM. All right, we just established they're going to get ready to start bagging and tagging bodies. All right, don't be surprised if this doesn't get bigger.
It's to keep the news media away. They don't want people filming the drones. They don't want people filming the mortuary mop-up. And they don't want people filming the air assault. That's why the outer perimeter is so big. Some places the outer perimeter is going out 20 miles. And the trucks that are coming in are not law enforcement trucks. They're drone trucks with drone remote control. Start taking a good look at the antennas on those trucks. They pull up the semi, they get the drone out, they assemble it, they're at a control area about 10, 15 miles away, it takes off, and guess what? You guys at the Bundy Wildlife Refuge, whatever you want to call it, let's just call it a target. As I say, repeating myself, this is the first time the FAA has issued a TFR, a hazards TFR. Very rare to see a hazards TFR. My guess, and I've been right about everything, pretty much so far. My guess, air assault, mortuary services, mop-up, and drone attacks. You guys are lab rats. If you want to get out while you can. Until next time, reporting in, this is Dave Acton.
Okay, we just found out we're lab rats. Hold on. Somebody said I've got a nervous lip twitch. I didn't notice that. Okay, we lost Lavoy Finicum, folks. And
Charlottesville, Virginia, home to Thomas Jefferson and the University of Virginia, has a long...
And unlike you, he died for a cause. You'll just be bagged and tagged and sent to the FEMA camps because all you can do is call people gay and claim they have a lip twitch. So you'll be on your way to the FEMA camps. When they get to the door in the morning, I want you to hold your hands out and say, "Zip tie me, please." Okay, can you say that? "Zip tie me, please." Repeat after me. And if I see a lip twitch, I'll know you're nervous. "Zip tie me, please." Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is insane. You don't even know what you're going into. You're like those innocent Jewish people that were going, "Oy vey, who is this Adolf Hitler guy?" You had no idea you'd be hauled out and turned into the fodder for a concentration camp, like in Treblinka, and Dachau, and Auschwitz. You had no idea that they were going to be turned into bodies in a hole. You're the stupid one, dude. You're literally laughing your way into the hole you're headed toward right now because you're looking at the only guy standing up for your rights right now. Yeah, I'm the only last remaining Sponheim who made it out of the Middle Ages to stop the power of the Rothschilds, the robber barons that took over Germany and now taking over the world. I'm the last vestige of the last stand against the Rothschilds. You either go in my direction or you succumb to the power of the New World Order. You tell me what you want. Somebody noticed a lip twitch, and I don't even know what I'm saying here. There won't be any Skyping with my sister. She's under a complete Skype shutdown now. Yeah. I thank you for coming to the show and alerting me to the fact that you were trolling her out there on the internet. I made her very aware. I love my sister very much. I don't want her to be harassed by you, so I've made her very aware of your attacks. So she's prepared. Okay, let's talk about Lavoy Finicum a little bit, shall we? Let's give a little moment of respect for what Lavoy is. Nope, Connie would have probably wanted to go there, but she's wanting to be free, and she's a world traveler, so she likes to travel around the world now. Yeah. No, she wasn't. You're just making up lies about my sister. No, Sarah is not my sister. Sarah is my companion and partner in this effort to create a third party. Okay, let's move on. The FBI has entered the refuge.
Okay, guys. Update: Oregon Refuge Center. The FBI attack.
Okay, update. Refuge Center
units. You see it right here. Update 127. It says 405. I don't know why it says 405 because that would be 04.
Okay, we will move on now. Giving you a round robin of everything we've watched, all the corruption, the propaganda that we've seen tonight. That was investigators will go public if Obama's Attorney General does not hold up the law and indict Hillary. That was a great article that came in the show tonight. We're doing a little round robin of what we saw tonight. Thank you so much for doing this. Yeah, this is my way of sharing. You know, we do a daily show and share with the chat room, and I'm the most transparent political candidate out there. The only guy who wants to stop GMOs and chemtrails and fluoride in your water, wants to end war, bring our troops home, guard the border. The only guy that came up with a 1,000-mile fence idea, not Donald Trump. The only guy that wants to give fast-track naturalization a try, which is a slower way of bringing immigration in, where people go to their home country to become U.S. citizens. That's my solution, guest 775. The problem of immigration should be staged in our U.S. embassies. So I would focus on building up a robust U.S. embassy system that will actually help people integrate into our country by paying a large fee, like $5,000, $5,000. And out of that, we give them a free education in English, history, and government. And then we move on to offer people a chance to come into our country without any extra benefits. No more free food with food stamps to illegal aliens. We'll end that program with our Pay Americans First plan, which is our idea. No more will we give out free section housing to all the illegal alien mothers who want to bring their little anchor babies into the country. We will give those mothers an option. They'll be able to give those children up to the local orphanage, a modern orphanage. And they'll still have rights to visit their children when they become a U.S. citizen. But they'll also have the right to take their child home, and we'll give them a voucher saying that their child was born in America, and they could apply for citizenship. But there's no way we're going to be able to bring mothers into this country and give them Section 8 housing with their anchor babies. All right? I can raise that child a lot cheaper in a modern-day orphanage if we have a great plan for a lot of these kids who are wayward in our society. What more secure way to take fascistic power than to will the slaves? Dude, you don't understand. You missed the memo, dude. The only slaves that will be coming into the future will be robotic slaves. Yeah. Human slaves will not be needed in the future. I don't think you understand the memo. Yeah, humans need not apply means we don't need you anymore. The elitists could look at you and go, oh yeah, you need to be removed. And you'll be gone in a short period of time. They're already getting ready to do this. The two parties will goose step their way to a new world order, and if they get their way and their wishes come true, you'll be zip-tied and taken to the FEMA camps just like the Jews were in the 1930s and 40s. And I'm serious. This is what's going down. If you can't see it happening right now and you haven't figured this out yet, then you don't deserve to be a part of our third party. We're aware of this plan, this New World Order plan. We're going to stop it. Thank you, 377. And I can tell you, with the support of the American people, we will put a stop to this evil influence that's taken over our nation's government. I will root out the Venetian royalty from the Bilderberg Group, and we will get these people charged with violating the Logan Act. They'll be serving jail time if they live in America. If not, they better get the hell out of my country, because I'm not going to allow them. You know, Donald Trump won't even talk about the Bilderberg Group. He won't even address the Council on Foreign Relations. Basically, Donald Trump is a complete shill for the Federal Reserve. Plain and simple. And if you don't get that, then you're being completely chilled into his world, the Trump world. You're buying the lie, which is what these rich people sell you, that somehow you'll be like them. I assure you, you will not be like Donald Trump. You'll never be a millionaire. You'll never be a billionaire. I don't even think he's a billionaire, but whatever. Yeah, I don't blame Russia for banning U.S. corn and soybeans. GMOs are not welcome in Russia. Yep. No, I will never be paid off. I will never be buying anything with the money that I get, other than, you know, helping Sarah and I stay afloat financially while we're living in the White House. You know, I'm not a big spender, guys. I'm nothing like Donald Trump or Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton. I'm the most austere, frugal person you'll ever meet. But when they're saying that Russia may ban this, I believe it. Yeah, Russia claims to be the only non-GMO producer. Well, great, you're already a millionaire. It doesn't even matter. Yeah. You know, I'm not here to talk about your money, and I'm not here to take your money away like Bernie Sanders. I'm here to actually protect the values that make this nation great. Capitalism, good food. And when I've seen our country being taken over by Monsanto and Dow, and seeing Hillary support GMOs and Bernie support GMOs, and Donald Trump support GMOs, and Russia's banning American corn and soybeans because they're GMO. Yeah, well, Obama is basically a waste of space, and he's a waste of our words. We're actually wasting our breath talking about Obama now. Even the mention of the word Obama is actually a waste of my neurons in my head, because we just had another 8 years, courtesy of the Democrats, another 8 years of wasted time with the worst possible president on earth. He made George Bush almost palatable. But I couldn't stand George Bush. I really felt that the Republicans were completely corrupt to the core, and have been for centuries. I think that the only Republican president that was worth a damn that I can think of, aside from maybe Ronald Reagan, maybe, but he didn't know the whole picture, would be Abraham Lincoln. Well, you would vote for Obama again because you screwed the country over. And if he's running again, Under a new name, would you vote for him again? Would you vote for Barry Soetoro? Because I think that could actually be a recommendation to the Democratic Party. I don't understand what you're talking about, slaves. Please reiterate 832 and clarify. I don't even know what your slave comment was. I'm against slavery, but I'm telling you that slaves are antiquated. The whole concept of slavery is basically removed by the simple fact that artificial intelligence is creating robotic slaves right now as we speak. Well, we're richer than most people around the world, I can tell you, but your brain is relatively fried if you're living in America. Cruz will not be our president because he's not a natural-born U.S. citizen. I have been able to take donations, but we haven't gotten many. I'm able to take donations, but I don't ask for donations. I'm not running around begging for money. I don't benefit from any of that. I'm not in it for the money. I told you that from the very beginning. And to a deficit, of course, because when we don't ask for money, no one gives us any money. But at the same time, how can you possibly be honest and ask for money? Honestly. You don't have much money to give anyway. I know some of you are looking at $13 in your pocket right now, and you need to know whether you're going to go to the ATM tomorrow and do a little ATM. Have you done a little ATM? Our ATM in our neighborhood isn't working very well. It's on the fritz. Bernie Sanders is leading Hillary because Hillary's unable to speak. She's got some sort of a brain injury. She can't speak. She's misfiring everywhere she turns. You didn't know that Hillary was suffering from some sort of a brain malady? Hillary probably won't make it to the election. Bernie Sanders probably won't make it to the election either. He's not well. He's not going to make it. Donald Trump might have a heart attack too. I'm not saying he will, but you never know. Some of you are deciding what your election choices will be. You're not sure. It doesn't come easy. I'm helping you with that decision. You can come into the show at any time of the night and talk, and I'll give you some heads up information on who to vote for. We're trying to inform people, give people some healthy knowledge about the fact that most of the people running are ancient and dying. I'm the only one with an incredibly fit body, as well as a massive internal immune system that was built over years of living in a world of crap. I'm a survivor. I literally got my degree from the School of Hard Knocks, I can assure you. And that's not something you earn easily. When I wake up in the morning, I do my push-ups, I do my exercises, I work out, and I get busy right away. I never stop. I always move forward. Don't ever turn back. Don't ever look back. Always look forward. Person, we don't really care. I'm going to get you a lot of free stuff. We have a plan to get you a $1,000 micro loan. That's out of the chute. We're going to offer you a $1,000 micro loan. We're going to set up an infrastructure bank offering loans at 2%. All right? To U.S. citizens running U.S. companies, hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. I never had one of those. I understand that they're expensive. Yeah, I don't spend money, so it's unlikely I'd go to a pedicure or manicure either. Okay. Well, I was just giving you a heads up as to the kind of decisions that are going on here. Many people are having a tough time making the decision about, the future of the country. And we've got a lot of deep thinkers like this gentleman here. Okay, what you got? I'm waiting for your GIF. Your GIF, where is it? It's not popping up, Poochie. Okay, let's start dancing again. Don't stop because you can't stop. We need to work our butts so we don't get fat. Okay. Can't stop. You know, missed Can't Stop last night completely, so playing it twice tonight on our show is probably worthwhile. I actually played it 3 times tonight because it was so popular.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
For president. Can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder than head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions. If you ain't up to speed, need to speed it up, partner. Piano lead.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, we can't stop, can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
All right, thank you. That was great. Well, as you know, this show goes on into the evening with videos, and we do have a non-stop experience, interactive chat. You can argue with people in the chat room. Awesome Carl, yeah? No, that was not Awesome Carl, that was me. We have another cameo picture of Awesome Carl. Yeah, the all new Trailer Parks episodes are great. Oh, really? Okay, Giraffe Brain. You know, I haven't gotten into the full series, but yeah, that's pretty awesome. Hey, we've got a methane leak blasting into the atmosphere in Aliso Canyon, California, Porter Ranch area, and it could very well ignite, and there's a major risk. So I believe we need a strategy to deal with this, and one of the things I want to do is get a new product out on the market called Dirtcrete. And I just came up with that. Isn't that a great idea? Dirtcrete. The cam software is XSplit, Beemaster. Yeah. So what I'd like to do is create a big lump of Dirtcrete and put it on top of this leak with large dump trucks. Call me old-fashioned, but I mean, if you cover it up with a pile of crap, chances are it'll tighten up, and if you add polymers to it, you're talking about, you know, major Dirtcrete. Okay? So imagine the mound builders of the Oltec and Olmec tribes that existed here in America for so long. They would be on this like immediately. But we, human beings in America today, we don't even know how to dig a hole, let alone fill it in. Yeah, you can quote me on that. I violently whacked up the level. I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, but I just wanted you to enjoy the whole song, you know. Anne Frank's stepsister compared Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. Wow. This is really amazing. Thank you for that link. It's your shut up time. Don't say that to DT. You know, I don't like the way you talk to DT. I really don't. Well, the Olmecs and Toltecs occupy the entire mountains of the North American area. You just don't know that. Do you have any knowledge of the Olmec and Toltec tribes? Thank you, Mr. Haney. Anyone can dig a hole. It takes money to fill it in. You go ahead and quote me correctly. Okay, that's not coming in there, buddy boy. So yeah, this whole cover-up operation, this is a product that I want to develop called Dirtcrete. And it will be able to lay over the entire methane leak and lock down on it, providing security for all the people in Los Angeles. And then we can cap it. And once we cap it, we can siphon that air off and compress it and put it into methane canisters. We tap it, basically. Turn it into a pipeline. Yeah, no different than the Gaza Strip and all the gas coming off the coast of Israel. So Dirtcrete is my invention. I came up with the concept. And I'm going to probably have to patent it. If you get ahead of me on the patenting, don't worry, my attorneys will be watching this episode. I'll send the recording to my attorneys as verification I led with this idea. Okay. Dirtcrete will be a combination of various polymers mixed with natural dirt to form an interlocking web, securing any radiation or leaking gas from coming out. And we're going to use the same technology at Fukushima. Yes. I'm looking stoned? No, sir. Honest officer, I haven't smoked in the past 2 days. My Wikipedia page was removed. Oh, I do have numerous attorneys. But my Wikipedia page was removed purposely. Yes. We found that we couldn't control it. It was corrupted. There won't be a Skype interview with her. Nope, Dirtcrete is the solution. You just don't have any creativity in your mind. You're basically out to lunch. Poochie, there are attorneys out there that'll work for free. Yeah. I can't tell you how many Nigerian attorneys I can get in 2 or 3 minutes on the phone. A quick phone call and I can get at least 2 or 3 American-educated Nigerian attorneys to represent me. All right, here we go. Anne Frank's stepsister compares Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. Wow, look at this. There's her diary, folks. That was Anne Frank's diary. That was the Anne Frank diary. In detail, she wrote in this before she was carted away by the Nazis. We all know the story of Anne Frank now, but the girl who wanted to write, yep. It's an essay to mark International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Anne Frank's stepsister accused Republican president frontrunner Donald Trump of acting like another Hitler. Wow. If that isn't enough to push him over the edge, no wonder he doesn't want to be in the next debate. He can't handle the truth. Wow, this guy wants to coast to a victory without even fighting for his rights to be our president. And Donald Trump kept a book of Hitler's speeches by his bed, according to his ex-wife. Oh my God, folks, we've got a Nazi on our hands. Look at this. This story is even more disturbing. And keep my Dirtcrete idea to yourself. Don't tell it to anybody. I don't want anyone to steal it. Donald Trump kept a book of Hitler's speeches by his bed, according to his ex-wife. Whoa. Yeah, Dirtcrete is my invention. You can't take that from me, okay? Unless you can find out somebody who's made the idea ahead of me. Uh-oh. You tweeted Trump about my Dirtcrete thing? Oh, no. Well, there goes another idea stolen by the Trumpster. Well, you're up Crap Creek right now without a paddle, so you wouldn't know what Dirt Creek was all about. Yeah. Yeah, Donald Trump would be a Nazi sympathizer. Look at this. Is this not the most damning thing ever? Well, yeah, maybe I'll just develop Crapcrete, okay? All right, folks, I just created the Crapcrete product, which is made of actual fertilizer. This is how creative I am. That's right. I just created not only Dirtcrete, but Crapcrete. Made it of actual sewage waste. We could use that here. I could get the local sewage treatment plant to get into this. Introducing Crapcrete. Crapcrete for the win, everybody. Yeah, it's made of absolute pure crap. And it forms a really nice tight network that can block any BS whatsoever, especially methane. Oh yeah, methane coming out of a cow's ass. Crapcrete handles and delivers. Trump will introduce his Dirtcrete idea during the next debate. No, I don't think he's going to be in the debate. He's too afraid somebody will be shot. I'm worried that the guy's going to go in the street and shoot somebody right now. You like that name, don't you? Well, good. I'm glad I finally won you over, 377. It's taken all night long. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Trump. Let's talk about Crapcrete. But let's look at what he's done. Hitler was one of the most prolific orators, building a genocidal Nazi regime with speeches that bewitched audiences. According to a 1990 Vanity Fair interview, Ivana Trump once told her lawyer, oh, this is unreal, Michael Kennedy, that her husband, real estate mogul Donald Trump, now a leading Republican presidential candidate, kept a book of Hitler's speeches near his bed. Oh my God, you Donald Trump supporters, by the way, you know he's taken most of my ideas and borrowed them and acted like they're his own. It's not too late to jump ship and vote for Trump Light, which would be me. I don't have the hatred that he has in his heart toward Muslims or Mexicans. I don't look at everybody as though they're some sort of a freak. I don't like refugees, simply because I want them to go through the hoops necessary to become a U.S. citizen. Well, I'm glad we've been able to solve a few problems here. We found out that Trump is a Nazi. We found out that we've got a couple products that I developed in this show that can seal the methane leak in Aliso Canyon and the Fukushima leak in the radiation leak coming out of the Fukushima Bay area. We've talked about that extensively on our show. If you haven't seen our video about that, I'm sorry for you. Trump's hair lost your vote. Well, I hope I won you over tonight with my real hair. Because I don't go to a hairdresser to do the show. Everything I do here is done in a shower with a shampoo and a conditioner. He is okay. Who are you talking about? Trump's a chump. I've resisted breathing out for most of the show. You'll notice that I've had more inhales than exhales, if you count. So go back and actually count the number and recognize that I've actually breathed in more than I have breathed out. I'm storing oxygen in remote locations in my exoskeleton. I'm reducing my carbon footprint by reducing the amount of hot air coming out of my mouth. This is regulated by an internal gasket run by a surge suppressor, which runs off a galvanic cell connected to a solenoid, connected to my hydrogen generator. Tomorrow, by the way, is Technology Thursday, in which I will talk about... No, you're high, sir. I will talk about the advancement of robotics and the advent of cybernetics and biometric capabilities, introducing the age of transhumanism, something I know you don't want to talk about. Well, make up whatever stories you want, but I just solved the Aliso Canyon methane leak with my Crapcrete and Dirtcrete. You see, the Crapcrete is the outer carapace around the Dirtcrete. Yep. We start with the Dirtcrete and then systematically convert to Crapcrete. Nope. Tuesday is my Colonel Sanders outfit day. Many of you are excited by how I reinvent myself every week, putting on different suits for every day and different ties for every day. I'm a pretty realistic guy. I know that I don't have a shot in hell unless I do something different every day and generate new viewers. I'm a smart man. I'm a smart feller as opposed to a fart smeller. I can't remember the first time my father said that to me, but that was one of the things he used to say to me. He said, "David, you're a fart smeller. I mean, a smart feller." I think I was like 3 when he started telling me that. That was the biggest joke he could come up with. All right. I'm glad I reduced my carbon footprint tonight. Cool. If you watch Donald Trump, his mannerisms are similar to Hitler. Watch Trump's hands and his facial expressions. Yeah. It's pretty obvious he studied Adolf Hitler. And now we know for sure. Thanks for that link, Scissor Fight. You guys, you're the best link guy ever. It's not like a bromance going on here. I just really admire the fact that you really go out of your way to get good links. All right. All right. So let's look at Donald Trump's achievements so far. Aside from alienating the entire women in the world that have menstrual cycles, calling Megyn Kelly a woman bleeding from her eyes or whatever, he goes on to alienate all the Mexicans and Latino voters, claiming that Mexicans, most of them coming over the border, are rapists, and I guess he said they were criminals, rapists, murderers. Yeah, right. And then he goes on to attack Rosie O'Donnell. He did that prior to all of this. Anyway. Then he talked about disabled people. And then to top it all off, he attacks Muslims, another voting bloc in our country, claiming he wants to ID them and get some sort of a deportation force together. And on top of all that, he comes up with another plan to go out into the street and shoot somebody and then become and have his followers support him. I believe he said that they are so loyal that they would support him even if he went out in the street and shot somebody. Now that's homicidal ideation, coming from a man who's clearly not altogether there. And then now we find out he was spending most of his time reading Adolf Hitler's speeches, watching his mannerisms. With his history of being a German and unable to even admit that he's German, his father's name was Drumpf. He might as well be Hitler's son. I mean, and I'm coming from Germanic heritage as well. My name is Sponheim, but I'm proud of that name. I'm not here hiding it, claiming I'm David Spontane. I'm David Spontane. It's ridiculous. He can read, that's about it. And so can Obama. They're both readers. Trump used racism to rise to his powerful position of being the biggest mouth in the Republican Party. Adolf Hitler used racism to rise to power, and we all saw what happened to him. Trump proposes mass deportations, just what Hitler proposed. Trump promised to make America great again. I didn't know America wasn't great. And Hitler, of course, promised to make Germany great again after Kaiser Wilhelm destroyed it. Basically, Trump is an anti-Muslim fascist. Hitler was anti-Jew fascist. Trump blames immigrants for America's problems. He doesn't blame Wall Street. You notice how he doesn't come down on Goldman Sachs and all those people that loaned him money at the Fed. He blames immigrants, just like Hitler blamed Jews for Germany's problems. And then he thinks Muslims should wear special IDs, just like Hitler put IDs on Jewish people. They all had to wear a Star of David on their, and they all had to be scarred with a branding, like an animal. We cannot afford another cycle of dictatorship from this right-winger. It's crazy, and I don't want to impose any undue restrictions on the individual. I've told you that my promise to you is no individual mandates. I mean that. You're free as you were when you're born. I see that as a big, important step in the right direction. Our party will never force anything on you. Unless, of course, you're a radioactive leak we have to put dirt crete on. I don't think Trump is a leader of anything other than a loan guarantee from his local bank. I mean, you know, I've analyzed Hitler and Disney and did a battery of facial examinations on him. And I just don't see the similarity between the two. Case in point. Now, if I could take Disney's face and rotate it a little bit, we could possibly see your position is. So let's take this and rotate it to the left. Rotate. Rotate. And then we go this way. We line up the eyes. And it still needs to rotate some more. Rotate. Okay, let's see if we can get the alignment going here. Where his eyes look like two piss holes in a snowbank. I see your similarities. Okay, the significant difference is the eyebrow, the positions of the eyebrows. You can see the eyebrows are much higher on Walt Disney. The nose is similar, I will admit to that. But Walt Disney has a big upper lip, like I do. Whereas Hitler's lower lip of Walt Disney is more like mine. Wait a second. Am I Walt Disney? Somebody said I should grow eyebrows. Maybe even a mustache. I think we've had enough fun tonight. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Of course they're not the same person. Walt Hitler. Okay, so we are going to decide today which is a better name for my new product. You get to decide. Okay, we're going to do number 1 for Crapcrete and number 2 for Dirtcrete. Okay, you decide which one you like better. Okay, let's see how many people voted for Crapcrete. Crapcrete is certainly the leader. Scissorfight doesn't like either one of them. Spermcrete? Okay. Double Wide Dave. Hey, how you doing, Rodney? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, we're having fun, buddy. Living large. My new product is not a finished book, no. I finished a book already. It'll be available for free download shortly. Crap Heap would be a decent title for his book. Okay. What is it? It's a book. Okay, we have an astonishing winner, folks. Dirtcrete didn't even get a reference tonight. The popular opinion is that Crapcrete is the winner. Okay, thank you. I'll get busy on the formula. My book is about taking all the waste, including your wasted brain, and turning it into something positive. They say that necessity is the mother of invention. I believe more likely necessity is now the mother of free welfare for a lot of people. Whatever the government can get you is what you really want. You want free this, free that. I get that. Yeah, so right now we need to convert necessity into the mother of invention again and put less emphasis on you getting all your freebies like you've been getting under Obama. But I will, however, give you plenty of opportunity to get a hand up as opposed to a handout. Crapcrete is a modern invention I just created in my brain, which will take all kinds of fecal matter and cover a major radioactive leak in Aliso Canyon. The process of slowly hardening as it percolates through the bubbling crude of crap. And that crap will dry in the sun of California's summer weather. And we'll get that crapcrete out there. Now, there will be a large smell. But hey, you got the smell of methane anyway, right? Yes, we can integrate tampons into the crete. We can also add all kinds of non-biodegradable material. because that forms a network that'll trap that methane. Hefty bags are okay by me. In fact, you know what I predict we're going to do? We're going to take all of our landfills around Los Angeles, put them in trucks, and send them to the Crapcrete location. And we'll cover that radioactive methane with good old-fashioned Crapcrete. Well, that's not as politically correct as Crapcrete. I've only used the S word twice on this show. When I said, I don't give a beep, and the other time is, why don't we try seeing if that beep comes out of a cow's ass? Well, I just tried to help you folks. I'm trying to help your economy too. Look, I don't want to sit back and just, do nothing. Can't we do something? Can't we do something to stop this leak of methane coming out of the ground? Let's talk about the babies that are being vaccinated. Here's a typical baby in America. Now, you want to talk about government waste for a sec? Duncrete. Ooh, I like that. Do we have anybody who would like to nominate Duncrete as an alternative to Crapcrete? As opposed to the island of Crete? Baby, let's do Duncrete tomorrow night, okay? I think we've already dominated the Dirt Crete versus Duncrete. You're going for Duncrete for number one? Okay. Pument, yeah. We need something that'll be, anyway, getting back to this, I shouldn't have pictures of children on Vaughn. That's illegal. Oh, wait a second, that's a doll. It's okay. I'm just telling you that the government is basically telling you in California, you have to stick all these needles in your kid. Now, if I was living in California, I'd be driving out of California going, California, here I go, get away from the commie state. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't allow my kids to be stuck with all those needles. Personally, if I were a father and I'm not, I would freak out. I'd be out of that state in like less than a day. We'd be moving, honey. Yeah. I want to homeschool a kid if I had a kid. And I want to make sure that every kid in America whose parents say they don't want to give them vaccinations can homeschool their kid without any state problems whatsoever. We're going to fast track a homeschool program nationwide through the Department of Education. And by the way, I'm going to be firing 50% of the Department of Education. Yes, they're incredibly stupid, ignorant, uneducated fools running a Department of Education. Yeah, they're wasting your tax dollars. The administration is the biggest problem in our education system today. Our teachers are in there every day, like Sarah, fighting to help these kids with less and less attention span. Yeah. I would make a good dad, but I don't want to bring kids into this world. I want to make the world better before I father a child. I want to know that when my genes go into some uterus somewhere, it's going to be a better world than when I came into this world. And right now I can't even begin to say how off that is. You think that's funny? You don't think my genes are going to make it into anyone's uterus? Well, I have never had unprotected sex, so I don't even know what that feels like. But I can always have artificial insemination later when I'm, no longer here. I can just build that in my will or something. Please store my genes in a refrigerator until eternity passes. Thank you. Can we chip off some of the dung and ship it to Fukushima by barge? Yes. The whole idea of covering up the massive Fukushima leak. Crapcrete. It took a long time, but it finally came clear to me that Crapcrete will work. So it'll work with the Aliso Canyon problem, and it'll work with Fukushima. Let me show you. Now, there's got to be a place I can get some sewage in Japan. I mean, there's got to be a place out there where there's a massive pile of sewage there's got to be. And we all know that some of that sewage is tainted with pharmaceuticals from people throwing their Valium in the drain. They did a study of sewage in Japan that found that it had more Valium in it than the average mental patient. I'm just making that up. Here are some of the hot spots to go visit. If you're traveling around the world, these are some of the hot spots. Please. That's a bannable offense. Do you want to be banned? You will be removed from the room. Rodney. Dude, the show has never been over. I continue the show into the evening. You know that. I can't stop because I won't stop. Look at how industrious the Chinese are. Imagine a bunch of Americans building a statue to Abraham Lincoln like that. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing what gold spray paint and some plaster Paris will get you. I bet it's metal. I know, we played that 3 times already. The campaign's going great, Rodney. Yep. We're doing fantastic. As you know, I am a marathon broadcaster. Nothing can stop me. Kind of like the resurrection of David Bowie the other day when we found out that he actually is still alive. I was shocked when we brought this into the show. And I, to this day, am convinced that David Bowie is still alive and is still a Satanist, worshiping the devil. Yeah. Rodney, you're supposed to get me on the ballot in Florida. How are you doing with that? You told me you'd be working on getting some signatures from some of those women that sit in your jacuzzi when you're out there, 99 degrees in the middle of the summer, wondering why you're living there. Well, you better make it happen, man. I'm relying on you. I lost my guy in Florida. He was a modern wig guy. He said he'd get me on the ballot, and he left. So another industrial waste I wanted all of you to be aware of was something they put in your water. Fluoride is the main ingredient in Prozac, in case you didn't know. But fluoride in general makes you apathetic. Your problems don't go away. You just no longer care about them. Water fluoridation is mass medication. And they aren't just putting fluoridation in your water. They're putting lithium in your water too. You didn't know that? This is a pile of crap I'm creating here. The real candidates, I am a real candidate, but no, I'm not allowed in because you're a mindless idiot who doesn't realize that the entire world you're living in is censored and controlled. You don't get that. So I unfortunately have to be sitting here with you people who are still two-party imbeciles, who by measure of insanity is voting every 4 years hoping the next guy will prove to be the better than the last. All politicians are the same. It's you who never learns. That's right. So they got fluoride in our water system. Let's deal with the Fukushima crisis, and we'll wrap things up. Yeah, we need Florida, man. You could be essential. You could be our key guy in Florida. If you could get me one signature, that would be great. Rodney, you don't debate. All you do is say 3 things. You say, "Hey, discount, get a job." And you say,
"Hello, Sarah? Is that Sarah? Lovely Sarah. How's the lovely Sarah? When's the show start?"
And then one other thing you used to say, which was, "Ergo, hey, Annasport." Some sort of a Ted Kennedy impersonation. That's all you got, man. You could never debate. I gave you ample opportunity. So are you concerned about the fact that Trump sounds like Hitler? Because I sure as hell am myself. I don't want a guy going around shooting people in the street. Look, I'm a proud American, and there's no way I'm going to allow some Hitlerian figure to have a free reign to take my ideas and keep me in censorship land. It's up to you to try to make me a presidential candidate in the mainstream media. I already have the cutting edge that no other candidate has. I have the X factor for this election. You, however, are doomsdayers. You have no idea. You've been trained to believe in destruction. And you don't believe in construction. You don't believe in rebirth of our nation. One of the problems with Donald Trump is he's borrowed all of his money. And he's always relied on cheap exploiting labor to create his wealth. That's the wrong attitude. All right, let's see what we got here. Okie dokie. Yeah, this is a case of solutions like the environmental cleanup of Fukushima. I'm a proud American. Do you understand what that means? That means I'm not going to put up with some corporate pig trying to buy our election process. You need to stand up yourself. A lot of you Americans have not stood up for freedom hard enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have these corrupt pigs running our country right now, right here. Here's that earth bag. This is an adobe house that would take forever.
Here's how we built our super adobe building.
I'm going to play this for you a little bit, but can you imagine a Trump wall being built out of adobe? Somebody said, yeah, you should just build it out of adobe. Right, we have a fence idea. This tune is addiction? Okay. I'll take a look at that. But first, a word from the radiation leak at Fukushima. Yeah, it doesn't seem to go away. It gets worse and worse as time goes on. This is my idea. We take the entire Fukushima Daiichi plant and cover it with crapcrete. Introducing crapcrete, the amazing new anti-radiation solution. Yeah, this could very well be the solution. It could be anything that makes a nice mesh of fibers that can cover up this large area. Now, we could build a large trench around all of the reactors and prevent runoff. And that's essentially what we're planning on doing. Digging that dirt up and putting it on top of the mound and using this as a water diversion around the Fukushima Bay area. That's a very simple idea. And you'll notice how it makes a clever little 6 right there. See that? 6. Magic number. Okay, let's take a look at what we're going to do with that. We will essentially use robotic equipment to dig that mound. So we won't endanger any human life. The anti-radiation compound called crapcrete will store any dangerous fumes from getting out. And we'll build a water wall, or firewall, if you will, out to a sunken aircraft carrier, and it could be any aircraft carrier at this point, but the USS Forrestal is still floatable, by the way. I called and found out that it is still ready to be tugged. It's been stripped, the top decks have been stripped, so it's perfect for the job. And then we create a breeder reactor at that location that could get rid of 97% of the waste. Well, it could be a large pubic mound if you're trying to be funny. But you won't be funny laughing much longer when this continued problem with genetic defects in America continues to go on. You know, they're trying to claim that the Zika virus is out, causing genetic defects, small kids with small brains. Have you heard about that? Everyone's talking about the Zika virus, blah, 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 and they're saying you can get it from having sex. I don't buy any of this. I believe that it is radiation, low-level radiation damage that's caused mutations in our genetic stream. Right. Bernie Sanders will tax you into oblivion to do nothing. Bernie Sanders is the offshoot of a dangerous Democratic over-expenditure party that is now giving birth to socialism, pure and simple. And there's nothing worse than a raging socialist. Well, actually, a raging Democrat leading to a raging socialist is worse. Yeah, so we've got solutions here. We've got the crapcrete solution. Crapcrete will be our salvation. It solves two problems at once. It deals with a massive amount of sewage in our sewage treatment plants, clears the way for storage of that sewage above radiated material, so we can lock in and form a large hardened carapace to prevent any radiation from leaking into the atmosphere. Shizaki, Hyundai, anybody can produce these. Honda, yeah. That's right. The irradiated carapace, we'll call it, with crapcrete covering the entire surface. You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension of extreme crap. You've just crossed over into the crapcrete mausoleum, a place where radiation is stored indefinitely for future safety, and this is your day of reckoning. Thank you. Hey, thanks for coming in too, guys. I don't mind doing extended shows because I know you guys like to watch. I am not spaced out by coffee. In fact, I have not even had my full cup here. Yes, radiation goes away and so does humanity. Many people don't realize this, but humanity is going away shortly. Yeah, we're on our last leg, and you don't seem to care. Some of you are a little concerned about who to vote for in the upcoming election. I get that. We're gonna take care of you real quick. Thank you. Okay, how to build an Adobe house. And you're going to watch these people work their ass off building this. And because this is Wasteful Wednesday, we're taking good use of waste in our government. Crapcrete is made at the dedication station. Okay. So you're starting to like Crapcrete, Scissor Fight. At first you were against it. You said Dungcrete is better, but Pearl Harbor was somewhat of a false flag. It's true. But 2,000 people did die in that war. 500,000 people died in World War II, but in Honolulu Harbor, about 2,000 men died. Were eaten by sharks. Thanks, FDR. And FDR knew about it, too. That's the sad thing about it. It was pretty much well known that Pearl Harbor was going to be attacked. Yeah, it was even in the newspaper 1 week before Pearl Harbor was attacked. The Hilo Times. Yes. 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 Pearl Harbor. Yes. I need some clarity here. This image right here is indicative of what happened. This was in the newspaper of the Hilo Tribune Herald 1 week before Pearl Harbor was attacked. Yeah. Japan may strike over the weekend. So to say that FDR didn't have advanced knowledge is a lie. Flat out lie. So yeah, that's what the two parties have gotten us so far. 5 wars, endless suffering, degradation of the environment. Do I wonder about stuff? Yeah, I wonder about stuff all the time. That's why I do the show. Crapcrete is produced at the defecation station. Welcome to our Crapcrete facility here. We will be making this not out of Adobe, but we will be making it out of pure crap. All right? Oh, yeah. So when you imagine these people working in the Crapcrete house, made entirely out of crap, you'll imagine them wearing face masks with breather protection so that they won't get any kind of a smell or E. coli contamination of their lungs, unlike most septic sewage systems we have currently, which are not scientifically safe. The Crapcrete program will involve safety features like full face mask, head gear, and skin protection from the ooze of the creeping crap. All right, I think you all know what I'm talking about. Turning our crap into our safety solution for radiation and the ooze of methane coming out of the earth. You see, fight it with fire, right? You know, there was a guy, a Texas guy, an oil guy that stopped all the oil wells that were burning north of Baghdad during the Iraq War, Gulf War I, II, Gulf War II. And that would be another one, yeah. Urination Nation Station. Excrementcrete. I think Crapcrete's better. It's shorter, and I could probably... You know, I already have the Crap Network on Vaughn. I already own I own the Crap Network on Vaughn. I have the CRP network. So we can start broadcasting pure crap on that network at any time. I'm keeping that as an option. No, World War III is not the answer. You're a Satanist, and you're probably a UN Satanist. Yeah. We know you're here to spread your Satanism. Well, Obama's children are adopted, 904. Not one single piece of evidence that Obama has birth certificates on either one of those children has been presented to the press. So you finally accepted the crap creed? Okay, thank you. Crap nation is better than urination. Okay, this is turned into a number 1 or number 2 question. When you get that question, I used to know a guy that got a phone call from his friend, and all the guy would do is say, number 1 or number 2. And that was a going joke. That's all they would talk about. It was really quite sad. Very sad. So many of the people who are working on the border fence could consider making a crap fence or a wall. But you can see how hard these people are going to be working in this video. All right, so we had a lot of losses today. That'll be coming up at the top of the hour. We had a lot of losses today. Obviously, I want to look at some of the positives here. Google is expected to reveal a growth of offshore cash funds to $43 billion. Well, offshore tax avoidance arrangements are pretty controversial, and Google's been using this technique to shelter against U.S. taxes, so they don't want to pay their fair share. All right, thank you. We found out that FBI investigators will go public if Obama's Attorney General does not uphold the law and indict Hillary. That's good news. We got that tonight. Yes, I do believe that the only way I could impersonate the worst president in our U.S. history is to do a blackface. Yes, I believe it was tasteful. It's the only thing I could have done to save this nation. Right now, I'm relegated to talking about crap on our show because the American people's attention span has dropped to about 7 seconds. It's not your fault. You're being artificially dumbed down by fluoride. I told you that. We've been talking about that extensively on our show. I use Google. I love Google. Yeah, Google's great. I just want to make sure it's a monopoly that's broken up. I don't want to allow a Google monopoly to take over our country. There's absolutely no reason for that. We've got the advent of artificial intelligence tomorrow, and how absurd our world will be when these robots will be taking over and humping our washing machines. You can only imagine where this is going. This isn't pretty. So we need to get democratic control over this technocratic age, and the only way we can do that is to form a third party. Let's go on to the next question. Air Force launches the first cyberspace weapons program. We talked about this tonight. They're going to be turning our internet into an intranet. You like that? Okay, let's go back to the robot. Yeah. This is the future of the world if we let these psychos run our world. Yeah, they'll do what I do. Okay, so the Air Force is launching a first cyberspace weapons system, meaning they don't trust you with the internet. So we need to get political lead on these corrupt totalitarians that are trying to turn our country into a playground for elitists that want to control everything we do and even stick chips in our bodies. Harvard receives $28 million from the U.S. to develop artificial intelligence. You know how sick that is? It's like letting the hen house get guarded by the wolves. Harvard's not exactly the most objective organization. The largest fundraising university in the country, they're going to definitely be under my review as president. I don't trust what's going on over there. I especially don't trust their artificial intelligence department. I'll have them under a deep scrutiny when I'm president to make sure everything's cool. And then Oregon Standoff Shortwave Broadcast will be giving you 14 minutes of this tonight.
They arrested old Joe. Anyway, you have a question for Jamie. He's on the air live from Burns, Oregon. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit. This is cleaned up, by the way. Scissor Fight did a good job cleaning it. Sarah has never smoked marijuana, Rodney. You see what you do? This is why you don't come into our show, because all you can do is demoralize us. You spend your time demoralizing us. Yeah, Honda's Asimo is AI. Yeah, we're going to be doing that tomorrow with Technology Thursday. And then Liberty News has a gut-wrenching eyewitness claim and detailed interview that Oregon standoff protester Robert Lavoy Finicum was executed by the FBI. Very serious claim, but it looks more and more like that's what happened, folks. A barrage of over 150 bullets went out at their car, and Robert Lavoy Finicum, basically said, go ahead and shoot me, and they did. They never fired back. Remember, these people were not firing back on the FBI. They were executed. That's right. Rodney, if you think I'm a presidential candidate, with me running on this show for 7 years, I'm more than a presidential candidate. Yeah, a presidential candidate wouldn't have made it 7 years in a nightly show with 7,000 plus hours of interaction with the viewers. I am a living legend, and address me as such. Thank you. I don't fear anybody. Oh, we have a threat. See this? Yeah, I'm going to log that in. Absolutely. All right. Now you're laughing. Well, you're logged in as a threat, buddy. It's logged in, yeah. Yeah, a lot of you don't realize how many viewers I get every night and why they keep coming in, because you right-wing extremists don't even understand where this country's going. Threat recorded and logged. Well, that's no reason for a cop to shoot somebody because somebody said, go ahead and make my day, shoot me. I'm sorry, but I don't see that in the procedural logs of the police force, that they're supposed to shoot people that ask them to shoot them. That's absurd. Yeah. All right, gut-wrenching eyewitness claims. Reality check from a lot of people. Yeah. I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh over metal exoskeleton. Yeah. Breaking firsthand. Okay, we'll go to that. Was Lavoy shot with hands in the air? Eyewitnesses talk about that.
Had like a laser.
Wow. Okay, we'll do that interview coming up in 7 minutes. That looks like a good one. And then we've got this Business Insider. Let's see what this was. We're just doing our round robin at the bottom of the hour here. The social entrepreneur told us why businesses should see charities as service providers. The president of Carnegie Mellon is working on a simple blood test that uses sound waves to help spot hard-to-find cancer cells. Well, that's a totally wasted visit to Davos. What a joke. And then UK politics. David Cameron and Angela Merkel discuss EU's future and do a round-robin circle jerk. Oh, she's laughing while Germany's getting invaded by refugees that like to rape women. Oh, I can see why Angela is laughing. After all, she was former East German Stasi. Interesting. I see this New World Order basically doing it like it should be, yeah. Rodney, I got news for you. I'm being censored on this site that people keep coming into. Let me give you a little session here that many of you don't know. Last night, it's Davos to use, Ace. Yeah. You can call it Davos. I'll call it Davos. This is the deal. Last night, and you can write a letter to Mark if you want. Last night, there were people trying to get into our room, and they got this server capacity thing. One guest took 23 refreshes to get into the show last night. Dave, oh, please. Davos, yes. 23 refreshes, yeah. You know, it's not relevant here. The number 9. I'm not talking about Paul McCartney tonight. Well, it's not right. Well, I don't think it's appropriate for him to go ahead and grab people's VIP ship by limiting access to a server which easily could be opened up to 5,000 viewers. So I am looking around for alternatives, as you know. And because we're growing faster than Vaughn, well, Mark could be a Democrat, but he's supporting the Democrat Donald Trump right now. So we're looking for an alternative to this bottlenecking that's going on. So we would never just give up our place here at Vaughn. We will continue that process. But I am looking at a larger capacity catcher situation, which gives people like a chat hub, gives people much more access to get into talk in our chat room and talk about politics. Yeah, we are going to outgrow this little network. We're going to be acquiring a lot of other networks too in the process. You got to understand, I'm going to be a #1 hit in America. Maybe not in this election cycle, but someday, maybe within my lifetime. Well, I'd be doing live broadcast on that network of 3 stars, but I haven't yet found it. I've been looking. I went to http://3star.com and I didn't find it. I know I'm fantastic. Oh, I put a semicolon in there. My bad. We are Anu Kassan. How are you tonight? I allow guests because I want people to chat. I don't want people to feel like they're going to be watched by the FBI. You got to understand, the FBI is watching everything. The NSA is watching everything. The fact is, you are being watched. They've developed computer systems that crunch this stuff like it was nothing, but they're not concerned about people like us because we're not violent. They will, however, censor people like us. They don't want anything like a new political party to form anytime soon. Yeah, but you are being watched, so not having a username, some people feel like it gives them more anonymity. I don't have a problem with people, feeling like they need to be anonymous. So Crapcrete works in many, many different ways. All right, let's take a look here, and we go to the next. U.S. considers 6 military bases to house illegal immigrants. There you have it, Judicial Watch. So yeah, look what Obama created. Merkel wants to open her borders to refugees, and she's facing political problems from within. Why are they doing the bidding of the New World Order? Because they are the puppets of the New World Order. The very same people that brought us Adolf Hitler are now trying to implement their plan of depopulation upon the planet. So of course, they're going to open up 6 military bases. They want to start ramping up the FEMA plan. Yeah, they'll start with the refugees, and then they'll go to the U.S. citizens. That's their game plan. I discourage anybody from typing anything anti-government, because I'm not anti-government. Hey, thanks a lot, man. Appreciate your support there, buddy. Oregon standoff at the death of Lavoy Finicum. What you're not being told is an eyewitness testimony. I'm going to add that to the other one. Boy, I've got a lot of these. No. I'll take that. Yeah, 6 military bases to house illegal aliens. I mean, it's ridiculous. Can't even keep up with this nonsense. And this is a CNN feed. I'm not interested in it. It's controlled. Oregon arrested Lavoy, shot dead by FBI. That's another one. Yeah. That was right out of the chute. U.S. rep at pot hearing. This is worth watching again. That was great. We played that last night. And then that was a search. Zika virus transmitted by sexual contact. So I'm still keeping judgment at abeyance right now on the Zika virus. I don't know if it's low-level radiation. They're trying to pretend like it's not. But it has the same symptomology as low-level radiation poisoning as the Zika virus claims to have. Shrunken heads. I wouldn't doubt it, 898. And Bill Holter, this is it, collapses here. I'm going to pass on that one. That was just over the top fear-mongering. And we're right back up the chat room. That's us. There we go. Rodney, again, they can swat me all they want. I comply with them. I'll be a good citizen. I'll do whatever people want me to do. Yeah, I've had numerous years of experience with violence. I have been involved in physical death threats to my face numerous times. I'm not fearful of anybody coming to my door and swatting me again. I'll be glad to comply. I would never resist. I would always recommend all of you to comply with police when they get to you, simply because the other option is what happened to what happened to this horrible death of Lavoy Finicum. No, I've never been a violent person. I've always been dedicated to nonviolence. I was taught nonviolence as a child. You know, I think you can get Zika virus if you just open your mouth. Be careful. Try not to open your mouth. Does he? Scissor Fight, do you think Bill Gates is behind the GMO mosquitoes that they're producing? All right. You can buy defensive weapons, yeah. But no, I really am amazed at the clarity of a lot of the people down there in Burns, Oregon right now. Even the one person who started this event is now saying to break it up. That's good. As long as they know that the best plan is to not be violent and to disperse at this point, take this up in the courts, it's the better choice. All right, everybody, thank you for coming in. We're now going to switch over to the news and tech section. I'm going to do this in real time for you to see what I do. There you go. And say goodnight to the people room, where I'm purposely being censored. Yeah, I figured they were up to this. I know. I do live in a state. If I were in any way attacked by intruders that put me in a dangerous situation where I was in mortal fear for my life, I would definitely use deadly force to protect myself. But if somebody's going to knock on my door or call me saying, "Hey, David, you need to go out to the front of the street and lay down on the grass and put your hands behind your back," because we're law enforcement and it's a real call and I can validate it, of course. Yeah, I mean, I've been through one roll of swattings. I can go through 10. It doesn't freak me out. I'm a very calm person. Of course I can defend myself. Hey, we're going to go ahead and add that to your list of threats. Processing. Yeah. Okay, save this as. That's logged, believe me. It's all built into a case against you. All right, great. We're already in 2016, great. Dateline 1/27. Recorded. A. Save. Second threat. Save as. Background. B. All right, thanks a lot for coming in, everybody. This has been great. We'll let you go, and we'll be back tomorrow with Technology Thursday. My favorite stack, my newest one, is amazing. It's kale. Cheddar kale. Cheddar kale. Full of vitamins, full of vitamin K. No, I'm not going to show you any log files. All right. Kale is really good for you. If you get it in dry form, freeze dried or with spices on it, it's really good for you. And I would recommend all of you eating seaweed too. Preferably seaweed that's pre-Fukushima. That'd be harvested prior to 2010. I would, however, recommend that you purchase your seaweed from the Atlantic seaboard. And I know of a really nice place that you can get your stuff. And they're online. You can just look them up. You can get a pound, I think, for about, well, I'm not going to quote a price, but Maine Seacoast Vegetables. Really good one. Look it up. Yeah, they've got stuff from Atlantic Seaboard that's been pretty clean from the radiation load coming into the Pacific Ocean. You need to take your life seriously. A lot of you do. Many of you are living like life's a joke, shaboom, shaboom, and no need to worry. If you don't protect your thyroid with something like seaweed from radiation contamination, you're in trouble. And I'm just giving you ample warning. I care about people. I wouldn't be doing this. Here's a story about YouTube. Bill Gates deploying the Zika virus carrier mosquitoes in Brazil. Okay. I'll go there right now. Yeah. Rodney, I have a brand new audience every night. What I'm doing is working. There's a whole lot of things. Yeah, too much kelp is bad. Yeah, you don't want to overdose on iodine. Good point. But no, we are actually, I'm using, yeah, he appears to be anti-Semitic. I noticed that. He could be a Jewish person who's anti-Semitic. Yeah. Well, I am a huge success, and the fact is I'm getting bigger and bigger, and there's nothing the censors can do to stop me. So tell your handlers, wherever you're getting your handling from, whoever's handling your rolls of whatever's around your belly, tell your handlers that it's not working. You're not going to be able to stop me. Yeah, you're not funny, Rodney. All right, I've got what it takes to cut through the BS of censorship and the control mechanisms of a mass propagandized society. I have the brain power to solve America's problems, and I can tell you, when Donald Trump borrowed most of my ideas, he can't deliver. I can. I'm the brains behind all the great ideas that are being circulated in this nation right now, and I can tell you, I've got more to come. So vote for me in the upcoming election, David Sponheim. Write my name in, and tell people about a third party. Here we go.
Genetically modified mosquitoes
engineered by a company named Oxitec were deployed in Brazil and in other South American countries, allegedly for containing a strain of the dengue mosquito that's allegedly spreading the Zika virus. But what the